Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On a chilly overcast day in the middle of March, in the year 44 before Christ, in the small port town of Apollonia, on the coast of what is now Albania, a thin, unwell-looking young man of 18 years old, sent there some months earlier by his own great-uncle to study rhetoric and Greek philosophy, and to drill with the 6 legions of cavalry and infantry that same great-uncle had gathered nearby in preparation for a planned invasion of the Parthian Empire, was going through his ordinary morning exercises among the officers of that waiting army, when a small travel-worn group of messengers arrived from across the Adriatic Sea, carrying news so enormous that at least one of his own household, by the later account of the boy's most detailed ancient biographer, could not at first bring himself to say it plainly out loud. His great-uncle, the single most powerful man in the entire Roman world, a man who had only weeks before been declared dictator of Rome for the whole remainder of his own life, was dead, cut down by more than 20 blades on the floor of a meeting hall in Rome, murdered by some 60 of his own senators in the middle of a session of the very Senate he presided over. The boy's own advisers, gathered around him in the first stunned hours after the news arrived, urged him, nearly to a man, toward caution, toward staying quietly where he was under the protection of the very legions that had been raised for an Eastern war that would now, obviously, never be fought, or toward fleeing further east still, out of reach of whatever chaos was now surely consuming the city of Rome. The boy did not listen to them. Within days he had crossed back over the Adriatic to Italy, and it was only once he reached solid ground on the Italian side that he learned the second, and in its own way even more staggering piece of news waiting for him, that his great-uncle's own will, opened and read before the Roman Senate in the days immediately following the murder, had named him, not any of Caesar's own surviving relatives who had actually spent years at his side, not any of the seasoned generals who had fought beside him through Gaul and Spain and the civil war against Pompey, but this one sickly 18-year-old grandnephew, largely unknown to the wider Roman public, and, by nearly every surviving account, considered by almost everyone who knew him personally to be a poor physical specimen, entirely unsuited to the brutal blood-soaked arena of Roman power politics, as his adopted son and the principal heir to 3/4 of his own personal fortune. His name, at the moment that news reached him, was Gaius Octavius. Within a matter of weeks, exercising a right that Roman law and Roman custom granted to any man formally adopted by another, he would begin insisting, quietly at first, and then with a persistence that startled and unsettled nearly everyone who had known him as a boy, on being addressed instead by his adoptive father's own name, Gaius Julius Caesar. And it would be the whole of the rest of this long night story. The 57 remaining years of one of the longest, strangest, and most consequential lives in the entire history of the ancient world, that would eventually see the wider world settle on a third name entirely for him, a title voted to him by a grateful and thoroughly cowed Senate a little less than 17 years later, Augustus, the revered one, the name history remembers him by still. It is worth setting the shape of this whole long night story plainly, the way we like to on this channel, before we let ourselves drift any further into it, because the man this story is actually about is, in almost every meaningful respect, the precise opposite of the kind of figure this channel has usually spent its long nights following into battle. He did not, by nearly any credible ancient account, possess anything approaching real personal talent as a soldier, and on at least 2 occasions across the whole of his own long career, when the fighting actually began, he is recorded as having been physically absent from the field itself, laid low by illness, or, according to his own bitterest ancient critics, by something closer to simple fear. He didn't conquer any territory remotely comparable in scale to the vast swathe of Gaul his own adoptive father had subdued in less than a decade, and he did not, across 57 years of holding more absolute power than any single Roman, before him had ever held, ever once personally lead a winning charge into an enemy line the way this channel has already told you, on other nights in this room, that men like Richard the Lionheart and Saladin both did with their own hands, what he possessed instead, and possessed to a degree that no other figure in the whole long, blood-soaked story of the fall of the Roman Republic ever quite matched, was patience, and a genuinely rare gift for reading the temper of a crowd and a senate and a legion all at once, and an absolutely ruthless, ice-cold clarity about exactly what he wanted and exactly how long he was willing to wait to get it, waiting, as this story is going to show you tonight, 13 full years of shifting alliances and broken marriages and a brutal, grinding civil war fought in his own murdered father's name before he finally stood, at only 32 years old, as the single unchallenged master of the entire Mediterranean world. This is not, at bottom, a story about a great warrior, because the boy at its centre was never really one. It is a story about a 19-year-old with almost no army of his own, almost no experience of actual command, and almost nothing beyond a borrowed name and a genuinely startling amount of nerve, who looked at the smoking ruin the assassination of Julius Caesar had made of the Roman Republic, and who calculated correctly, patiently, and across more than a decade of calculated betrayal, proscription, propaganda and civil war, that he alone, of everyone left standing in the wreckage, understood exactly what Rome actually needed in order to stop tearing itself apart, and exactly how much of that understanding he could quietly turn to his own permanent and personal advantage. He would go on to rule, in the end, for longer than most of his own subjects had been alive when he died, presiding over a peace so long and so genuinely transformative that historians still call the 2 centuries it opened by the Latin phrase for it, Pax Romana, the Roman peace, and he would do it all while insisting, with a discipline his adoptive father had never quite managed to match, that he had not actually taken any power at all, that he had merely restored to the Roman people the free republic that a handful of desperate, doomed men had murdered his own father in a failed attempt to save. Before we drift any further into the rest of this long story together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to, and if you are new to this small corner of the internet, we are still a young channel working our way toward our very first 1,000 subscribers, so if this particular kind of slow, unhurried, honest history is the sort of thing that helps you drift off at night, please do consider subscribing and helping us get there. These stories also go up early over on Spotify for creators, ahead of anywhere else, so if you would rather listen to the next one with your eyes already closed, you will find the link waiting for you down in the description, and if you feel like it, leave your own location and your own local time down in the comments below. It is a small thing, but it helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this quiet corner of the internet. And there is something genuinely comforting about knowing that somewhere out there tonight, under a different sky, in a different time zone, a stranger is settling into their own bed, listening to this same slow unspooling of history. So get comfortable now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your eyes soften, even if they stay open a little while longer yet. Turn the light down if you can, and let yourself sink into the long, patient, 13-year climb of an unremarkable, sickly boy from a middling provincial family who made himself, in the end, the single most powerful human being the ancient world had ever seen, and who did it, almost entirely, not with a sword in his own hand, but with a genius for waiting, for watching, and for letting other men, braver and more talented and very often considerably more likeable than himself, destroy one another first. A boy from a family nobody in Rome much bothered to notice. To understand how thoroughly unlikely the whole rest of tonight's story actually was, it is worth pausing, before we follow young Gaius Octavius any further, on exactly how unremarkable the family he was born into on the 23rd of September in the year 63 before Christ, in a modest house in Rome itself, would have appeared to any ordinary observer of Roman politics at the time. Where this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that the family of Julius Caesar traced its own lineage back, at least in its own proud and constantly repeated telling, through legend rather than any verifiable record, all the way to the goddess Venus herself, the family of the boy's own father, Gaius Octavius the Elder, carried no such ancient or sacred pedigree at all. The Octavii were, by the honest reckoning of nearly every ancient source that mentions them, a family of the equestrian order rather than the old patrician nobility, wealthy, respectable, and well established in the small hill town of Velitrae, some 25 miles south of Rome, where the family's own fortune built up over generations through banking and money lending, and the kind of steady provincial commerce that the oldest Roman families tended to regard with a certain amount of quiet, unspoken condescension, had made them among the most prominent citizens of their own small town, without ever quite translating into the kind of senatorial rank and inherited political glory that mattered most in the fiercely status-conscious world of the capital itself. Gaius Octavius the Elder was, in fact, the very first man of his own immediate family line to reach the Roman Senate at all, rising steadily through the ordinary offices of Roman public life to the praetorship, the second highest elected office below the consulship itself, and serving afterward as governor of the province of Macedonia with enough evident competence and enough evident personal integrity, a quality several ancient sources go out their way to praise in a political culture where it was often conspicuously rare. That there was genuine, serious talk in Rome of his standing for the consulship itself before his own sudden and unexpected death in the year 59 before Christ, when his son was not yet 4 years old. It is worth naming plainly the single fact about this otherwise unremarkable family that would eventually matter more than every other detail of the boy's early childhood combined, because it is the hinge on which the whole of the rest of tonight's extraordinary story actually turns. The boy's mother, a woman named Attia, was the daughter of Julia, the younger sister of Gaius Julius Caesar himself, which made the young Gaius Octavius, by the ordinary reckoning of Roman family relation, Caesar's own great-nephew, a connection of blood that was, in the ordinary course of Roman aristocratic life, exactly the kind of distant, useful but not decisive family tie that a great man's household was full of, a nephew, or a cousin, or a niece's son, among dozens of others, with an equally legitimate claim on a wealthy and powerful relative's occasional attention and occasional patronage, and nothing in the ordinary run of things that would have marked this particular boy out from any of Caesar's other numerous relations as a figure destined for anything beyond a comfortable, unremarkable senatorial career of his own. Following his father's early death, the boy's mother Atia remarried to a former consul named Lucius Marcius Philippus, a marriage that brought a genuine and by most accounts a warm and stable stepfather into the young Octavius's household, and it was under this blended family's roof, in the ordinary comfort of provincial equestrian wealth, rather than in any of the palaces or great houses of Rome's oldest senatorial dynasties, that the boy spent the whole of his early childhood, a childhood several ancient sources describe, with what reads, even at this distance, like a certain amount of retrospective flattery once the boy had become the most powerful man alive, as marked from a remarkably early age by a striking self-possession and a striking physical delicacy in equal measure, a boy prone to frequent and sometimes genuinely alarming bouts of illness, small in stature and, by his own adult testimony recorded decades later, permanently self-conscious about a physical frame he considered less imposing than that of nearly every other man he would spend his own long life competing against. born in the year of a conspiracy, and if the later stories can be believed, a prophecy already waiting for him. It is worth pausing, before we follow young Octavius any further, on the sheer strangeness of exactly which year he happened to be born into, because the 23rd of September in the year 63 before Christ was not, in the wider political life of the city he had just been born into, an ordinary date at all. It was, in fact, the very year in which Cicero, serving as consul, uncovered and crushed the conspiracy of the bankrupt nobleman Catiline, the same crisis this story has already touched on tonight in describing the young Julius Caesar's own ambiguous and dangerous proximity to it, a crisis that had the whole of Rome, in the very month surrounding this particular baby's birth, gripped in a genuine and pervasive terror of armed insurrection within the city's own walls, senators sleeping with weapons close at hand, executions carried out without trial under emergency powers whose own legality would be argued over for years afterward, and a general city-wide anxiety about exactly how fragile the ordinary machinery of Roman government actually was. It is worth sitting with that coincidence for a moment. A boy who would spend the whole of his adult life patiently and methodically closing the very door that this same conspiracy had first shown wide open. Born into a city already gripped by exactly the kind of crisis his own eventual life's work would be spent, in its own strange way, both exploiting and finally resolving. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely striking collection of birth omens that later biographers, writing with the full and comfortable benefit of hindsight, once this same infant had grown into the unchallenged master of the entire Roman world, attached to his own arrival, because they tell us a great deal less about what actually happened in that room in the year 63 before Christ, than about how thoroughly and how quickly the propaganda machinery of the eventual Augustus worked to retroactively dress his own ordinary birth in the unmistakable trappings of destiny. Suetonius, writing more than a century later but drawing, by his own account, on earlier and more contemporary sources, records that on the very morning the Senate was debating what to do about the conspirators still at large in the city, a Roman senator and noted scholar of the stars named Publius Nigidius Figulus arrived late to the session, and upon learning the reason for a fellow senator's own tardiness, that his wife had just given birth to a son, is said to have declared, with a confidence Suetonius himself treats with visible and appropriate scepticism, that the master of the entire world had just been born. It is worth naming, too, the considerably darker story that circulated alongside this same prophecy, that the Senate, alarmed by exactly this kind of talk, briefly debated a decree that no male child born that year should be permitted to be raised at all, a measure Suetonius reports was abandoned only once enough. Individual senators realised, with a self-interest this story has already shown you, on other occasions tonight, running through nearly every decision the Roman elite ever made, that their own wives were among the many currently expecting children that same year, and had no intention of allowing any Senate decree to threaten their own household's next generation. Suetonius records, too, a dream attributed to the boy's own father, in which the infant's image appeared to him at a religious festival honouring the wine god Liber, radiating light in a manner identical to the sun itself, and a separate and even more pointed dream attributed to his mother Attia, who is said to have believed, or at least to have later allowed others to believe on her behalf, that she had conceived her son after being visited, while sleeping within the sacred precincts of a temple, by the god Apollo himself in the form of a great serpent, a story that borrowed, quite deliberately and quite transparently, from an almost identical legend that had already, by this point, attached itself for centuries to the birth of Alexander the Great, whose own mother Olympias was likewise said to have conceived through the visitation of a divine serpent, a borrowed and recycled piece of royal mythology that tells you, more clearly than almost any other single detail in this entire story, exactly how self-consciously and how deliberately the eventual Augustus and his own circle of poets and propagandists worked across the whole of his own long reign to place his own life story within the oldest and most recognisable template of divinely sanctioned rule that the ancient Mediterranean world possessed. Whether any of these stories reflect a genuine and contemporary memory from the actual year of the boy's birth, or whether, as almost every serious modern historian now believes, they were quietly manufactured, or at the very least heavily embellished decades later, once the infant in question had made himself powerful enough that flattering his own origins had become one of the most reliably profitable enterprises available to any ambitious Roman writer, is a question the surviving evidence simply does not allow us to answer with any real confidence. But it is worth remembering, as this whole long story unfolds, that the man at its centre understood, from a strikingly early point in his own career, exactly how much political power a carefully managed origin story could carry, and spent the whole of the rest of his life proving it. The great-uncle who saw something the rest of Rome had missed. It is worth pausing briefly on the small hill town of Velitrae itself, because the surviving local tradition Suetonius records about the Octavii family's own long-standing presence there suggests a household that had, across several generations, built exactly the kind of comfortable, respected, but essentially provincial standing that a family could achieve through steady wealth and steady civic service, without ever quite breaking into the innermost circles of Roman senatorial glamour. Suetonius records that a bronze tablet, on display in a local temple in his own day more than a century after Octavius's own birth, commemorated an earlier member of the family who had served as a local magistrate, a modest civic honour by the grand standards of Roman senatorial rank, but a genuine mark of standing within the small world of Velitrae itself. And he records, too, a persistent local memory of the specific room in the family's own house where the future Augustus had been born, a small chamber the locals of Suetonius's own later day apparently still pointed out to visitors with evident local pride, treating the house as something close to a shrine long before its own most famous former occupant had even died. It is worth naming, too, that this same comfortable but unglamorous provincial world gave young Octavius something that the far grander and far more politically exposed households of Rome's oldest senatorial families rarely managed to provide their own sons: a genuinely stable and genuinely affectionate childhood, relatively insulated, for its earliest years at least, from the direct violence and the direct political peril that this whole long story has already shown you, touched the young Julius Caesar's own childhood so much more immediately and so much more dangerously, an early stability that several modern historians have suggested helps explain the striking, almost unnerving self-possession that so many ancient observers would go on to remark upon once this same quiet, provincial boy suddenly found himself standing at the very centre of the most dangerous political crisis Rome had produced in a generation. It is worth pausing, before we follow young Octavius into the single relationship that would define the whole of the rest of his life, on exactly when and exactly how thoroughly Julius Caesar himself first began taking a genuine, personal, and increasingly unmistakable interest in this particular one among his own many great nephews and great nieces, because the surviving evidence suggests it was neither immediate nor at first especially remarkable in itself. Caesar, spending the greater part of the boy's own childhood first in Gaul, fighting the long grinding war this channel has already told you about on another night in this room, and then in the civil war against Pompey that followed it, had limited opportunity for any close sustained personal contact with a great nephew who was for most of these years still a child growing up quietly in his mother's household in Rome. But the connection began to deepen sharply once the boy reached his early teenage years, at almost exactly the same moment that Caesar's own decisive, world-altering victories over Pompey were leaving him for the first time in his adult life, with both the leisure and the evident inclination to think seriously about who among his own extended family might eventually be capable of carrying forward the name and the legacy that his own single surviving daughter, dead in childbirth years before this story has already told you, and his one acknowledged son, a boy named Caesarion, born to the Egyptian queen Cleopatra, whose own place in tonight's story will come later, could not, for reasons of gender and legitimacy, and simple political impossibility under Roman law, ever be relied upon to inherit in the fully legitimate Roman sense that mattered most. It is worth naming specifically the sequence of increasingly public honours and increasingly serious responsibilities that Caesar began extending to his young great-nephew across these same crucial years, because each one, read backward with a full knowledge of everything that followed, looks less like ordinary family kindness and more like a careful, deliberate and remarkably patient process of grooming. At only 16 years old, the young Octavius was given the honour of delivering the funeral oration for his own grandmother, Caesar's sister Julia, a genuinely significant public honour for a boy of his age that placed him for the first time directly and visibly in front of the crowds of Rome as a member of Caesar's own inner family circle. He was enrolled, not long afterward, among the patrician families of Rome by special decree, an honour that formally elevated his own family's standing regardless of its actual equestrian origins, and Caesar began including him in an increasingly wide range of religious and ceremonial honours that steadily, publicly and quite deliberately associated the boy's own name and face with his great-uncle's. Most tellingly of all, when Caesar departed for his final campaign in Spain, in the year 45 before Christ to crush the last remaining resistance of Pompey's own surviving sons, the 18-year-old Octavius, despite what several ancient sources describe as genuinely serious and genuinely worrying illness that had already, by this point in his life, become a recurring and unpredictable feature of his own physical constitution, insisted on making the long and dangerous journey to join his great-uncle's camp regardless, and Caesar, evidently pleased and evidently impressed by a determination that struck a striking contrast against the boy's own physical frailty, kept him close at his own side for the remainder of that campaign, sharing his own carriage with him on the journey and beginning, several ancient biographers record, to speak of the boy's own future with a warmth and a specificity that had not been extended, in quite the same way, to any other young relative in Caesar's own extended and considerably crowded family circle. Word from Rome. It is worth pausing, before we follow the news of Caesar's murder any further into young Octavius's own life, on the specific and genuinely consequential decision his own great-uncle had made regarding his immediate future only months before the assassination, because it is the reason the boy was so far from Rome, and so far from any position of immediate personal influence, at the exact moment the single most important event of his entire life took place. Caesar, in the final months of his own life, was already deep in preparation for an ambitious and genuinely dangerous invasion of the Parthian Empire, the same Eastern power this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, had annihilated Marcus Crassus and an entire Roman army at the catastrophic Battle of Carrhae a decade earlier, a campaign Caesar intended to be the crowning military achievement of his entire extraordinary career, and as part of the preparations for that campaign, he had sent Octavius ahead to Apollonia, on the eastern coast of the Adriatic, both to continue his own education in rhetoric and Greek philosophy, under some of the finest teachers available anywhere in the Roman world, and to begin, at the head of the assembled legions already gathering there, the kind of practical military apprenticeship that a young man Caesar clearly intended to elevate still further would need before he could be trusted with any genuine command of his own. It was there, among those waiting legions, that the news of the 15th of March reached him, and it is worth naming plainly how completely and how suddenly that single piece of news transformed the entire shape of the young man's own future, because the careful, patient, multi-year process of grooming and elevation that Caesar had been quietly conducting was abruptly and violently interrupted before it had produced anything remotely resembling a finished, publicly acknowledged heir, leaving an 18-year-old with a famous name, a controversial and as yet unannounced inheritance, and almost no independent political standing of his own to stand, entirely alone, in the middle of the most dangerous and most consequential power vacuum the Roman Republic had ever produced. It is worth dwelling for a moment on the specific advice that the older, more experienced men around young Octavius offered him in those first disorienting days, because nearly every one of them, by the consistent testimony of the ancient sources, counselled a caution that history would soon prove had badly underestimated exactly what kind of young man they were actually advising. His own stepfather, Philippus, writing to him from Rome in the days immediately following the murder, urged him in the strongest possible terms to decline the inheritance altogether, warning that accepting Caesar's name and Caesar's fortune would mean accepting in the same breath every one of Caesar's own political enemies, and every one of the genuine mortal dangers that came with stepping directly into the middle of a power struggle between hardened, battle-tested men decades older and immeasurably more experienced than an 18-year-old who had never yet held a single day of independent political or military command in his own life. The commanding officers of the legions gathered at Apollonia, watching this news arrive and seeing, plainly enough, the outlines of the opportunity in front of them, offered the young man something considerably more dangerous still, urging him to take direct personal command of the assembled army right there in Illyria, and to march on Rome immediately at the head of several thousand armed and loyal soldiers, a path that would have made him, in a single stroke, a genuine military warlord in exactly the mould that Sulla had first established a generation earlier, but one that would also have required him to seize power by force before he had secured any of the legal standing or any of the broader public and senatorial support that might make such power stick, rather than simply inviting immediate and overwhelming retaliation from every other armed man in the Roman world. Octavius, weighing both of these paths and rejecting both of them in favour of a considerably more patient and considerably more calculated third option that would come, across the following 13 years, to define the entire distinctive character of his own political career, crossed back to Italy with only a small personal retinue rather than an army, and made his way, quietly and deliberately, toward Rome itself, gathering information, testing the political temperature of every town he passed through, and beginning, from the very first days of this long journey, the careful, patient work of building a genuine and lasting political position, rather than simply seizing a fleeting military one. The boy who owed everything to a name. It is worth naming plainly exactly what young Octavius found waiting for him once he actually arrived in Rome and formally, publicly accepted both Caesar's adoption and Caesar's name, because the reception he received from the men who actually controlled the levers of power in the city was, from the very first weeks, considerably colder and considerably more dismissive than the young man himself had perhaps hoped for. Mark Antony, Caesar's own fellow consul and in the immediate aftermath of the assassination, the single most powerful surviving figure in Roman public life, controlling as he did both Caesar's own private papers and, considerably more usefully, a substantial portion of Caesar's own personal treasury, greeted the newly arrived young man with a barely concealed contempt that several ancient sources record him expressing openly and repeatedly in the months that followed, referring to the 18-year-old again and again in terms that made unmistakably plain exactly how little Antony believed this untested boy actually deserved the extraordinary name and the extraordinary inheritance that had, in Antony's own evident view, simply fallen into his lap through nothing more than an accident of family blood. Antony, when Octavius formally requested access to the funds Caesar's will had left him, in significant part specifically so that he might pay out, as Roman custom and Caesar's own explicit written wishes required, the substantial cash legacy Caesar had promised to every ordinary citizen of Rome, refused to hand over anything close to the full sum, citing, with a legalistic evasiveness that fooled almost no one who was watching closely, the practical difficulty of accessing funds that had, by this point, become thoroughly entangled with the ordinary operating expenses of the Roman state treasury that Antony himself now effectively controlled. It is worth pausing here on the genuinely audacious and, by the standards of nearly any other 18-year-old in Roman history, genuinely startling response young Octavius made to this deliberate stonewalling, because it captures, in miniature, exactly the kind of patient, calculating political instinct that would carry him across the following 13 years all the way to the summit of the Roman world. Rather than accept Antony's refusal and quietly wait for better circumstances, Octavius began selling off his own inherited property and, by several ancient accounts, borrowing still further sums from wealthy friends and allies of his adoptive father in order to pay Caesar's promised legacy to the Roman people out of his own pocket regardless, a decision that cost him, in the narrowest financial terms, a genuinely enormous portion of the very fortune he had only just inherited, but that bought him something considerably more valuable in the specific, transactional currency of late Republican Roman politics, the immediate, visible and genuinely grateful loyalty of an ordinary Roman citizenry that watched, with real and growing admiration, as this untested young man kept his murdered father's promises in full, at real personal cost to himself, while the far more powerful and far more established Mark Antony was seen, by comparison, to be actively obstructing the will of a man Antony himself claimed to have loved and mourned. Octavius extended this same shrewd, deliberately theatrical generosity to Caesar's own veteran soldiers, many of them settled on land across Italy and watching, with the same close and self-interested attention that every Roman soldier of this era paid to exactly which powerful man was most likely to actually secure their promised pensions and land grants. And within a matter of months, a young man who had arrived in Rome with almost no independent political standing at all had assembled, through nothing more than careful, well-publicized generosity and the sheer symbolic weight of his adopted father's name, a genuine and rapidly growing personal following that had begun, unmistakably, to alarm the very men who had originally dismissed him as an insignificant boy trading on a borrowed inheritance. Cicero's fatal miscalculation. It is worth pausing before this story follows young Octavius any further into the tangled political warfare of Rome's final Republican year, on the specific and, in retrospect, genuinely disastrous strategic calculation that Rome's most celebrated living orator made regarding this same rising young man, because it stands as one of the more consequential misjudgments in the entire long history of Roman political miscalculation. Marcus Tullius Cicero, the same brilliant, vain, endlessly eloquent statesman this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, crushed the Catiline conspiracy decades earlier through the sheer force of his own oratory, watched the growing rivalry between Antony and the young Caesar's heir with an increasingly sharp and increasingly hopeful eye, calculating that Octavius, still barely out of his teens and in Cicero's own evident and repeatedly stated assessment, easily flattered and easily managed by an older, more experienced statesman, represented the perfect tool for destroying Antony first, before being quietly discarded once his usefulness had run its course. Cicero delivered, across the closing months of the year 43 before Christ, a devastating series of public speeches against Antony, borrowing their name quite deliberately in a gesture of considerable classical erudition even by Cicero's own formidable standards. From the equally fierce orations a Greek statesman named Demosthenes had once delivered against Philip of Macedon 3 centuries before, and in these same speeches Cicero championed young Octavius's cause before the Senate, with genuine enthusiasm, securing for him, in a decision that shattered centuries of ordinary Roman constitutional practice regarding the minimum age required for high public office, the extraordinary right to stand for the Senate itself, and to hold what was called propraetorian command, granting a young man not yet 20 years old formal military authority that Roman tradition had for centuries reserved exclusively for men who had already climbed a decade or more up the ordinary ladder of elected office. It is worth naming plainly the single private remark attributed to Cicero during exactly this period that later Roman writers and modern historians reading backward from everything that eventually followed have treated as one of the most quietly devastating pieces of unintentional prophecy in the entire story of the Republic's final collapse, a line in which Cicero, writing to a trusted friend about his own careful strategy regarding the young Caesar, is recorded as saying, in the original Latin that has echoed down through 2,000 years of political commentary about the dangers of using an ambitious young ally as a mere tool, that the young man should be praised and honoured, and then quietly lifted out of the way altogether, a plan whose final, brutal word carried a double meaning in Latin that later readers have never been entirely certain Cicero intended fully, capable of meaning either a polite, dignified retirement from public life or, in the sharper and considerably more sinister reading, elimination in the most permanent sense available to Roman political violence. Whatever Cicero actually meant by it, the plan itself, built as it was on the confident assumption that this 18-year-old boy could be used, managed, and eventually discarded by considerably more experienced men, would prove, across the following months and years, to be almost exactly backward, because it was Cicero himself, and not the boy he believed he was quietly manipulating, who would ultimately be discarded in the most permanent and the most brutal sense the era's own political violence had to offer, once young Octavius no longer had any further use for his services. It is worth naming, too, that Cicero's own private correspondence from exactly these months, a great deal of which survives and gives us a considerably more candid window into his own actual thinking than his own public speeches ever could, reveals a man who was, at some level, genuinely and presciently uneasy about the young man he had chosen to champion so publicly, even while continuing to champion him. In more than one surviving letter to his own trusted friend Atticus, Cicero refers to Octavius by the dismissive diminutive pure, the boy, a term he used both affectionately and, several modern historians have suggested, with a real and growing private anxiety about exactly how much genuine, independent ambition might be lurking beneath a young man's own carefully deferential public manner toward Rome's most celebrated living orator. Cicero, by several accounts, genuinely believed that his own decades of political experience and his own considerable rhetorical skill gave him the upper hand in what he understood as a mutually useful, temporary partnership, and it is worth naming honestly that nothing in the surviving evidence suggests Cicero ever seriously entertained the possibility that this particular boy might, in the end, prove to be playing a considerably longer and considerably colder game than Cicero's own famous political shrewdness had prepared him to recognise, a blind spot that would, within little more than a year, cost him everything. Mutina, and an army left with nowhere else to go. It is worth pausing before we follow this story to Cicero's own eventual and genuinely tragic fate, on the specific military crisis that first proved beyond any remaining doubt exactly how seriously the young Caesar's heir now needed to be taken by every other major player in Roman politics. In the early months of the year 43 before Christ, with Antony besieging one of Caesar's own assassins, Decimus Brutus, in the northern Italian city of Mutina, the Senate, at Cicero's own urging, and with young Octavius's own growing private army now standing, on paper at least, as one of the only meaningfully loyal military forces immediately available to defend the Republic's own official interests, dispatched Octavius alongside the two sitting consuls of that year, Hirtius and Pansa, to break the siege and drive Antony from the field. The resulting campaign succeeded in its immediate military aim, forcing Antony into a difficult and costly retreat across the Alps, but it did so at a cost that reshuffled the entire balance of power in Rome almost overnight, because both consuls, Hirtius killed in the actual fighting, and Pansa dying soon afterward of wounds received in the same campaign, died within days of one another, leaving young Octavius, quite unexpectedly, as the senior surviving commander of the very army the Senate had only just used to defeat its most immediate enemy. It is worth naming plainly exactly how the Senate chose to respond to this sudden and genuinely awkward turn of events, because its response reveals, with unusual clarity, precisely the kind of casual class-bound arrogance that had already, by this point in the Republic's long unravelling, cost it the loyalty of a great many ambitious and capable young Romans who might otherwise have remained its most reliable defenders. Rather than reward the young Caesar for a campaign that had by any honest military reckoning just saved the Republic's own official cause, the Senate, led by many of the same conservative voices who had never fully trusted him, despite Cicero's own advocacy, moved instead to sideline him almost entirely, denying him the formal triumph his victory had earned, withholding the promised financial rewards for his own soldiers, and preparing, several ancient sources record, to transfer effective command of his own hard-won legions to Decimus Brutus, the very man whose easy, practised charm this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, had walked Julius Caesar out of his own house on the morning of the assassination, and whose direct personal involvement in that murder made him, in the eyes of Octavius's own veteran soldiers, an entirely unacceptable substitute for the young man who bore their dead commander's own sacred name. Octavius's own troops, understanding this insult in exactly the personal, deeply felt terms that this story has already told you, on another night in this room, bound the loyalty of Caesar's own Gallic veterans to their general, rather than to any abstract institution, refused outright to serve under Caesar's own murderer, and Octavius, reading this moment with the same cold, patient clarity that had already carried him this far, marched his own legions directly on Rome itself, in a deliberate and unmistakable echo of the very act this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that his own adoptive father had committed 5 years earlier at the Rubicon, and forced a thoroughly intimidated Senate to grant him, at only 19 years old, the consulship of Rome, the single highest office in the entire Roman state, an office that Roman constitutional tradition had, for nearly 5 centuries, reserved for men who had spent decades climbing the long, formal ladder of public service before ever reaching it. It is worth naming, too, one further detail of the fighting at Mutina that several ancient sources preserve, because it captures something genuinely revealing about the peculiar and thoroughly improvised nature of Octavius's own earliest experience of actual command. The young man arrived at that campaign with no formal military rank whatsoever, beyond the private, irregular authority his own hastily raised private army gave him, a legal irregularity so glaring that the Senate, even as it accepted his own military assistance against Antony, felt compelled to grant him, in the same emergency session that dispatched him north, the unprecedented honour of senatorial rank and the right to vote among former consuls, despite having held no public office at all, and honour several of the Senate's own more traditional members, Cicero's own allies very much included, later came to regret bitterly once they understood exactly how much genuine, lasting power they had just handed to a 19-year-old on the assumption that his own gratitude and his own inexperience would keep him safely pliable for years to come. 3 men on an island in a river. It is worth pausing before this story follows the newly minted young consul any further on the genuinely startling political reversal that came next, because it reveals, more clearly than almost any other single episode in this whole long story, exactly how thoroughly Octavius understood, even this early in his own career, that lasting power in Rome required alliance and patience, considerably more than it required righteous, uncompromising principle. Having just used his own army to defeat Antony's forces at Mutina, and having in doing so positioned himself before the Roman public as the Senate's own loyal champion against a dangerous and ambitious rival, Octavius now calculated correctly that his own long-term interests would be served far better by reconciling with that same rival than by continuing to serve as the Senate's own instrument against him, and in the autumn of the same year, 43 before Christ, he met with both Antony and a third, considerably less consequential general named Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, who commanded a substantial army of his own in southern Gaul and Spain, on a small island in a river near the town of Bononia in northern Italy, and there, across several days of careful negotiation, the 3 men formally agreed to set aside their own recent hostility and to divide the effective control of the entire Roman state between themselves. It is worth naming plainly exactly how different this new arrangement, which later historians would come to call the Second Triumvirate, was from the earlier and considerably less formal private alliance. This channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that Caesar himself had once formed with Pompey and Crassus a generation before, because where that first arrangement had possessed no official legal standing whatsoever, existing entirely as a private, extra-constitutional agreement among 3 ambitious men, this Second Triumvirate was formally and openly ratified by an obedient Roman Senate through a specific piece of legislation, the Lex Titia, that granted the 3 men sweeping, explicitly dictatorial powers for a fixed term of 5 years, under the deliberately bland and deliberately reassuring official title of a triumvirate for the reconstitution of the Republic, a name that told the ordinary citizens of Rome, in language calculated to sound temporary and restorative rather than permanently seizing, that these 3 men intended only to restore order to a broken state before returning power, in due course, to its rightful constitutional channels. It is worth naming, too, exactly how the 3 men divided the actual territory of the Roman world between themselves in the same negotiations, Antony taking Gaul and the greater part of the Roman East, Lepidus receiving the comparatively modest prize of Spain and a portion of southern Gaul, and Octavius himself claiming Africa, Sicily and Sardinia, along with the deeply symbolic and deeply practical task of settling the tens of thousands of veteran soldiers, both his own and Antony's, who had been promised land and pensions across the Italian countryside itself, an arrangement that already, in its very structure, marked Octavius as the junior and considerably less experienced partner of the 3, exactly the position his own patient, careful temperament seems to have found at this particular early stage of his career entirely tolerable, so long as it left him standing still at the very heart of Roman power. It is worth naming, too, exactly how differently the 3 men who met at Bononia actually stood in relation to one another at the moment this new arrangement was struck, because the imbalance between them would go on shaping every subsequent stage of this story for years to come. Antony arrived at that meeting as, by a wide margin, the most experienced and the most immediately powerful of the three, commanding the largest and most battle-tested army, the deepest personal relationships with Caesar's own veteran soldiers, and a reputation as a soldier's soldier that Octavius, still not yet 20 years old and still, in the considered judgment of a great many senior Roman officers, an unproven boy trading heavily on a borrowed name, could not begin to match. Lepidus, for his own part, brought to the table a genuinely substantial army of his own, and crucially control of the strategically vital province of Gaul, but possessed neither Antony's own battlefield reputation, nor Octavius's own unique and increasingly potent claim to Caesar's own personal legacy. And it is worth naming plainly that nearly every ancient source describing this same negotiation treats Lepidus as, even at this very early stage, the visibly weakest and most dispensable of the three partners, a junior colleague being included chiefly because his own army was too large to simply ignore, rather than because either of his two considerably more formidable partners genuinely valued him as an equal. Octavius, arriving at Bononia with the least experience and the least personal battlefield glory of the three, nonetheless negotiated from a position considerably stronger than his own youth and inexperience might suggest, because he alone among the three men held the one asset that no amount of military seniority could purchase, the name of Julius Caesar himself, and the genuine, still-growing devotion of Caesar's own veteran soldiers to that name, a devotion this story has already shown you tonight. Octavius had spent every single month since his own arrival in Italy carefully and deliberately cultivating. The list in the forum once again. It is worth pausing here on the single darkest and most consequential decision the three men made together at Bononia, because it deserves, on this channel, exactly the same unflinching attention this story has already given to every other atrocity it has described tonight. In a deliberate and quite conscious echo of Sulla's own prescriptions a generation earlier, the triumvirs agreed, in the same negotiations that divided the empire between them, to post fresh lists of proscribed citizens across the city of Rome, men marked for immediate execution, their property confiscated and distributed, in significant part to fund the enormous costs of the civil war the triumvirs now intended to wage against Caesar's own assassins. And it is worth naming honestly the genuinely grim horse trading that several ancient sources describe taking place during the actual drafting of these lists, in which each of the three men is reported to have sacrificed the lives of his own relatives and personal friends in exchange for the other triumvirs' agreement to sacrifice men of their own, Antony allegedly surrendering an uncle to secure Lepidus's cooperation, Lepidus surrendering his own brother, and Octavius, by several of the more hostile ancient accounts, showing an initial reluctance that steadily eroded under the pressure of his own two considerably more ruthless and considerably more experienced partners. Though modern historians remain genuinely divided over how much of that reported early reluctance reflects an honest historical memory, and how much of it reflects later, more sympathetic biographers working hard to distance the eventual Emperor Augustus, in the more polished and more carefully managed final decades of his own reign, from the considerably bloodier young man he'd actually been during these desperate opening years of his career. It is worth naming, specifically and by name, the single most famous victim of these proscriptions, because his fate closes, with a brutal and deliberate symmetry, the very political miscalculation this story has already described. Marcus Tullius Cicero, whose Philippics had done more than any other single voice in Rome to build young Octavius's own early political standing, and who had genuinely, sincerely believed himself to be guiding and protecting a grateful young protégé, was placed on Antony's own proscription list from its very first drafting, in direct and deeply personal revenge for the relentless public humiliation of those same speeches. And though several ancient sources record Octavius making at least some initial effort to have Cicero's own name removed from the list, that effort, whatever its sincerity, did not survive long against Antony's own far more determined insistence, and Cicero, hunted down while attempting to flee toward the coast, was killed within days, his severed hands, the very hands that had written the Philippics, and his own head nailed, on Antony's explicit personal order, to the speaker's platform in the Roman Forum from which he had delivered so many of his own most celebrated orations, a death that Octavius, whatever genuine reluctance he may or may not have felt in the moment, never publicly condemned, and that stood, for the rest of his own long life, as an uncomfortable and permanent reminder of exactly how quickly this careful, patient young man had proven willing to abandon an ally the instant that ally's usefulness had run its course. It is worth naming, too, the sheer scale of the wider bloodletting that followed across the winter of 43 and 42 before Christ, somewhere between 200 and 300 senators and some 2,000 members of the wealthy equestrian class placed on the triumvir's combined lists, their property seized to fund the coming war, their heads, in a great many documented cases, delivered for cash rewards by former slaves, former friends, and even, in a handful of genuinely harrowing accounts that several ancient historians preserve without apparent embarrassment, by sons betraying their own fathers for a share of the resulting inheritance, a wave of organised, state-sanctioned murder that Rome's own citizens, watching it unfold in the streets of their own capital for the second time in a single generation, had by now learned, with a weary and genuinely despairing familiarity, to recognise as simply the price that Roman political ambition, left unchecked by any institution still strong enough to restrain it, had apparently decided the Republic must periodically pay. It is worth pausing too on one of the very few genuinely personal and genuinely unmediated voices to survive from inside this same proscription winter, because it comes not from any senator or any historian at all, but from an anonymous funeral inscription carved decades later by a grieving husband in honour of his own wife, and preserved by pure chance well enough that fragments of it can still be read today. Known to modern scholars simply as the Laudatio Turiae, the eulogy for Turia, the inscription describes, in genuinely moving and specific detail, how its author's own wife hid him inside their own house throughout the worst of the proscriptions, at real and mortal risk to herself, when his own name appeared on the triumvir's lists, and how she personally and successfully petitioned Octavius himself for her husband's eventual pardon, travelling to plead his case in person and enduring in the process real physical abuse from soldiers who did not appreciate a woman intervening so directly in matters of state. It is worth naming honestly that we do not know, and will very likely never know, the actual names of either the husband or the wife this remarkable inscription commemorates, but it is worth letting this one small, anonymous, and genuinely extraordinary act of ordinary courage stand in, for a moment, for the countless other households across Rome that winter, whose own private stories of hiding and pleading and surviving or failing to survive left no inscription behind at all, the uncounted dead of 13 years of Roman killing Roman. It is worth pausing, before this story follows the triumvirs east to their final confrontation with Caesar's own assassins, to do for this specific stretch of Roman civil war what this channel has learned, story after story, to try to do for every war it tells you about, and set down honestly exactly how little of its actual human cost the surviving sources ever bothered to count with any real care. By the time the proscriptions of the winter of 43 and 42 before Christ had finally run their course, somewhere between 200 and 300 senators and perhaps 2,000 members of the wealthy equestrian class had been formally marked for death, and in the overwhelming majority of documented cases actually killed, their severed heads delivered for cash rewards to a triumviral treasury that badly needed the confiscated property such deaths reliably produced. But that number, staggering as it already is, describes only the killings that Roman record-keeping considered worth writing down at all, the deaths of men wealthy and prominent enough to appear on an official list in the first place. It says nothing whatsoever about the household slaves killed alongside masters they had tried to protect, the wives and children left with no legal standing to inherit anything at all once a husband's or a father's name appeared on a triumviral register, or the countless ordinary Romans, farmers and shopkeepers and freedmen with no political prominence of their own to speak of, who simply disappeared into the general chaos and general opportunism that any period of state-sanctioned murder reliably unleashes, robbed and killed by neighbours and by strangers alike, who understood, correctly, that a body found in a ditch during a prescription winter was unlikely to receive very much in the way of careful official investigation. It is worth naming, too, that the prescriptions were only the first and by no means the largest source of death across this same 13-year stretch of nearly continuous fighting that this whole long night story is walking you through. The war at Mutina, the two catastrophic engagements at Philippi still waiting for us later in tonight's telling, the grinding siege of Perugia, and the wider Sicilian war against Sextus Pompeius, and finally the whole vast sprawling campaign that would end at Actium and in the fall of Alexandria itself, together cost, by even the most conservative modern estimates that historians have been able to reconstruct from the fragmentary and self-serving casualty figures each side's own commanders reported, something in the range of several 100,000 lives, the overwhelming majority of them Roman citizens or Roman allied provincial soldiers killed by other Roman citizens and other Roman allied provincial soldiers, in a war whose ultimate prize was never any foreign kingdom or any foreign treasure at all, but simply the question of which one of a shrinking handful of ambitious men would be left standing at the very end of it. It is one of the genuinely strange and genuinely unsettling truths this channel keeps circling back to story after story, that the number of the dead in exactly this kind of internal, self-consuming conflict is so often recorded, when it is recorded at all, only in the service of the eventual winner's own propaganda, a body count useful chiefly as evidence of how thoroughly a rival had been crushed rather than as a genuine act of mourning or genuine act of remembrance for the men who had actually died, and Augustus's own later as Gesti. This story will show you before the night is through, describes this entire 13-year slaughter in a small handful of careful, bloodless sentences about restoring order and avenging his father. A piece of studied, deliberate forgetting that 2,000 years of subsequent history has never quite managed to fully correct. Philippi. It is worth pausing before this story follows the triumvirs east to finally confront Caesar's own assassins directly on the specific and genuinely formidable army that Brutus and Cassius had spent the 2 years since the Ides of March quietly assembling across the Roman East, because it very nearly proved sufficient to reverse the entire course of this long story before it had properly begun. Drawing on the wealth and the manpower of Rome's eastern provinces, the two leading conspirators had gathered a force that rivaled, in raw numbers, anything the triumvirs themselves could bring against them, and in the autumn of the year 42 before Christ, the two armies finally met on a plain near the town of Philippi in Macedonia, in a campaign whose actual course, across two separate and genuinely chaotic engagements, fought some 3 weeks apart, reveals, with unusual clarity, exactly how limited young Octavius's own personal military talent actually was when measured against real, seasoned battlefield command. In the first engagement, Octavius himself, suffering by his own later account and by the testimony of several ancient biographers, from a genuine and severe illness that some ancient sources attribute to simple physical weakness, and others, considerably more unkindly, to plain battlefield terror, was absent from his own camp entirely when Brutus's forces overran it, an absence that came, by several accounts, dangerously close to costing him his own life, while on the opposite wing of the same battlefield, Antony's own considerably more experienced legions broke and routed the forces of Cassius decisively, and Cassius himself receiving mistaken and prematurely despairing news that the entire triumviral cause had triumphed everywhere on the field, took his own life in the mistaken belief that the battle and the cause were already lost. It is worth naming, too, how the second and genuinely decisive engagement at Philippi actually unfolded some 3 weeks later, because it brought the whole long and bloody argument over the fate of the Roman Republic to a close in a manner that would have struck the Republic's own founding generation 5 centuries earlier as a bitter and almost unbearable irony. Brutus, his own army's morale steadily eroding under the psychological weight of Cassius's death, and the accumulated strain of weeks spent facing a considerably more experienced and considerably better supplied enemy force, was finally pressed into a second full engagement that his own more experienced officers had urged him to avoid, and this time it was Brutus's own forces that broke decisively under the combined weight of Antony's battlefield leadership, and Brutus himself, in a final gesture that several ancient sources describe with genuine and unmistakable respect, even from writers otherwise sympathetic to the triumviral cause, chose to take his own life on the battlefield, rather than surrender to men he had helped assassinate his own former friend and patron, specifically to prevent from ever ruling as absolute masters of Rome, falling, in a detail this story has already told you, on another night in this room, echoed almost exactly by his own fellow conspirator's death only weeks before, upon the very sword he'd raised against Julius Caesar himself. It is worth pausing, honestly, on the genuine and quite striking asymmetry in how history has generally chosen to remember the 2 victors of this same decisive battle. Because Antony, whose own battlefield leadership had done the overwhelming majority of the actual fighting and winning at Philippi, would nonetheless find himself within little more than a decade cast as the doomed, dissolute villain of the rest of this story, while Octavius, who had spent much of the actual campaign too ill or too afraid to command his own troops in person, would go on, through nothing more than the same patient, calculating political instinct that had already carried him this far, to claim the overwhelming share of the campaign's ultimate glory and the overwhelming share of its long-term political reward. A war fought over land and waged, in the end, by a general's own wife. It is worth pausing before this story follows Antony east and Octavius west into what should, by any reasonable expectation, have been a period of settled and cooperative rule, on the genuinely strange and genuinely destabilizing conflict that erupted between the 2 remaining triumvirs almost immediately after their shared victory at Philippi, because it was fought, in the end, not directly between the 2 men themselves, but between Octavius and a considerably more unexpected adversary, Antony's own formidable wife, Fulvia, acting in close alliance with Antony's own younger brother Lucius Antonius. The immediate cause of this conflict lay in the same brutal, practical necessity that had already shaped so much of this story's political violence, the pressing need to find land across Italy on which to settle the many thousands of veteran soldiers whose loyalty both triumvirs depended on absolutely, a settlement that required confiscating farms and estates from Italian communities that had, in a great many cases, taken no active part whatsoever in the recent civil war, and Fulvia, watching from Rome as Octavius conducted these confiscations in a manner she and Lucius Antonius considered both administratively unfair to Antony's own veterans and politically damaging to Antony's own long-term interest while he remained occupied in the east, raised an army of her own in her absent husband's name, and openly defied the young triumvir who was, on paper at least, her own husband's formal governing partner. It is worth naming plainly how this genuinely strange episode of Roman political history, sometimes called the Perusine War after the town where its climactic siege finally played out, actually resolved itself, because it reveals, once again, exactly the kind of cold and calculated severity that Octavius was willing to apply to a defeated enemy once that enemy had been reduced to complete and total dependence on his own mercy. Fulvia and Lucius Antonius, driven back with their own gathered forces to the hilltop town of Perugia in central Italy, found themselves besieged there through the brutal winter of 41 and 40 before Christ by Octavius's own army, and as food inside the town ran increasingly short and hope of any relief from Antony himself, still occupied in the east and, by several accounts, only partially aware of the full scale of what his own wife had actually undertaken in his name, steadily dwindled, the town's defenders were finally forced into surrender in the early months of the following year. Octavius's own treatment of the defeated town has become, in the centuries since, the subject of genuine and unresolved historical debate, with several ancient sources describing a deliberate massacre of the town's own municipal council. Some 300 senators and knights, according to the more dramatic accounts, sacrificed as human offerings at a newly consecrated altar to the recently deified Julius Caesar on the anniversary of his own murder, a story modern historians treat with considerable and justified skepticism as almost certainly exaggerated propaganda spread by Octavius's own later political enemies, while other, more measured accounts describe a considerably more ordinary, if still genuinely brutal, pattern of executions targeting the town's leading citizens and the wholesale confiscation of Perugia's own remaining property, with the town itself burned to the ground in the chaos of its own fall, whether by Octavius's own deliberate order or by the accidental spread of fires set during the final desperate fighting, a detail the surviving sources themselves cannot agree upon with any real confidence. Fulvia herself, fleeing the disaster she had helped create, made her way to Greece to meet her returning husband, and died there not long afterward, of an illness several ancient sources suggest was worsened by the genuine bitterness of Antony's own cold reception of her, a reception that several modern historians read as Antony, embarrassed and politically damaged by his wife's failed rebellion, quietly distancing himself from an ally whose usefulness, in the ruthless calculus that governed every relationship in this entire story, had abruptly and permanently expired. It is worth naming, too, exactly how this near-catastrophic rupture between the two surviving triumvirs was eventually, if only temporarily, repaired, because the settlement that followed would go on to shape the rest of this story's next several years considerably more than either man could have anticipated at the time. With Fulvia dead and both men recognizing, with the same cold pragmatism that had already governed nearly every decision either of them had made across this entire turbulent decade, that renewed open war between them would very likely destroy them both, and hand an unexpected victory to whatever surviving remnant of republican resistance still lingered. Antony and Octavius met at the port city of Brundisium in the autumn of 40 before Christ, and negotiated a fresh reconciliation, sealed, in the manner this whole long story has already shown you as the standard and expected practice of Roman elite political alliance, by a marriage, Antony agreeing to marry Octavius's own widowed sister Octavia, a match that several ancient sources describe as genuinely warm and genuinely promising in its first years, and that would, before this story is finished with it, produce 2 daughters and stand, for a time, as the single most visible symbol of a peace between the 2 most powerful men in the Roman world, that neither man, in the end, would prove willing to honour for very much longer than it remained politically convenient to do so. The son of Pompey, and the hunger, of an entire city. It is worth pausing before this story follows Antony and Octavius any further toward their final and decisive rupture, on the third and for several years genuinely dangerous threat that occupied a great deal of Octavius's own attention across exactly this same period, because it came not from any rival triumvirate at all, but from the sea itself, and from a single, capable, and deeply aggrieved young man determined to avenge his own murdered father. Sextus Pompeius, the younger surviving son of Pompey the Great, had spent the years since his own father's defeat and death this story has already told you about on another night in this room building, from a base of operations on the island of Sicily, a genuinely formidable naval power, gathering to his own cause the scattered remnants of the old Republican resistance, a great many escaped slaves and refugees fleeing the triumvir's own proscriptions, and a fleet capable of doing something that no other single force in the entire Mediterranean world could accomplish at this point in the story. Cutting off, at will, the essential grain shipments from Sicily, Sardinia and North Africa that the enormous and increasingly hungry city of Rome itself depended on for its own survival. Sextus, exercising this power with a shrewdness that repeatedly embarrassed and repeatedly humiliated the young triumvir, who nominally controlled the very seas, Sextus's own fleet dominated blockaded Roman grain shipments at will, and Rome itself, across several successive years of this slow, grinding maritime warfare, suffered genuine and repeated famine, its ordinary citizens rioting more than once in the streets of the capital, in open protest against a government that could not, for all its accumulated military power on land, protect the single most basic necessity of their own daily survival. It is worth pausing briefly on what this same blockade actually felt like from inside the city of Rome itself, because the ordinary citizens caught in the middle of this maritime standoff between two rival Roman commanders experienced it in the most immediate and most physically desperate terms imaginable. Grain prices in the capital rose, by several ancient accounts, to levels that placed ordinary bread genuinely out of reach for a great many of the city's own poorest residents, and Rome's own crowds, gathering in real and dangerous numbers on more than one occasion across these same years, directed their own hunger and their own fury not at Sextus Pompeius, safely out of reach on his own island, but at Octavius himself, on at least one recorded occasion pelting him with stones in the open forum, and coming close enough to real, organised violence against his own person that his own guards were forced to intervene directly to protect him. A genuinely humbling and genuinely dangerous experience for a young man who'd spent years carefully cultivating exactly the kind of popular affection that these same hungry crowds now, however briefly, seemed willing to abandon entirely. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely gifted friend and lifelong ally who finally solved this problem for Octavius, because his name will recur again and again across the whole of the rest of tonight's story. And because the partnership between these two men stands as one of the single, most consequential, and, in its own quieter way, one of the most genuinely admirable relationships in this entire long tale. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, a man of comparatively modest and undistinguished family background, who had nonetheless been Octavius's own close companion and fellow student since their shared boyhood, possessed a genuine and considerable military talent that Octavius himself, by nearly every honest ancient assessment, simply did not, and across these same crucial years, Agrippa threw himself into the specific and highly technical problem of building, essentially from nothing, a Roman fleet capable of finally defeating Sextus Pompeius at his own game, constructing an entirely new artificial harbour near Naples, training an inexperienced Roman crew in the specialised tactics of naval warfare with a patience and a rigour that several ancient sources describe as genuinely obsessive, and developing along the way a new grappling device called the harpax that allowed Roman ships to seize and board Sextus's own more experienced crews rather than relying on the kind of open water ramming tactics at which Sextus's own sailors, drawn heavily from generations of experienced Mediterranean seafarers, held every natural advantage. The two fleets finally met in decisive battle off the coast of Sicily, near the town of Naulochus, in the year 36 before Christ, and Agrippa's carefully prepared fleet won an overwhelming and thoroughly decisive victory, destroying the great majority of Sextus Pompeius's own ships, and finally, permanently, breaking the naval threat that had haunted Octavius's own position for years, a victory that owed, by the near-unanimous testimony of the ancient sources, considerably more to Agrippa's own patient technical genius than to any personal contribution Octavius himself made to the actual fighting. A pattern of quiet delegation to more genuinely talented subordinates that would recur again and again across the whole of the rest of this remarkable man's long and largely victorious career. It is worth naming too the final and genuinely unexpected consequence of this same victory, because it removed the third and last of the original triumvirs from any meaningful position of power in the Roman world. Lepidus, who had contributed his own substantial army to the final Sicilian campaign against Sextus Pompeius, in the expectation of claiming the island for himself once the fighting was finished, attempted, in the immediate aftermath of the victory at Naulochus, to seize Sicily outright and to challenge Octavius's own authority directly for the first time in more than a decade of otherwise cautious and subordinate cooperation, and Octavius, responding with the same cold, decisive nerve he had already shown at Perugia, walked personally and, by several accounts, entirely unarmed into the middle of Lepidus's own camp, and persuaded the camp soldiers, man by man and unit by unit, to abandon their own commander and transfer their loyalty directly to him instead. A genuinely remarkable feat of personal persuasion that stripped Lepidus of his entire army in a matter of hours and left him with no realistic option but complete and total surrender. Octavius, rather than having his defeated rival killed outright, a mercy several ancient sources note with real interest given how little mercy this same man had extended to so many other defeated enemies across this same decade, allowed Lepidus to retire into a genuinely permanent and genuinely powerless private life, stripped of every one of his triumviral powers but permitted, in a strange and almost incidental act of generosity, to retain the largely ceremonial religious office of Pontifex Maximus, the very chief priesthood this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that Julius Caesar himself had once won through ruinous personal debt, an office Lepidus would go on holding in quiet and thoroughly forgotten retirement for more than 2 decades, until his own eventual death finally allowed Octavius to claim that same title for himself as well. With Sextus Pompeius defeated and Lepidus permanently sidelined, the once carefully balanced arrangement of 3 co-equal triumvirs had, in the space of a single decisive year, narrowed down to exactly the 2 men whose own rivalry had always, from the very first days after Caesar's murder, carried within it the seeds of the Republic's final and most consequential civil war, the friend without whom almost none of tonight's story actually happens. It is worth pausing before this story carries Octavius any further toward his final reckoning with Antony, to give proper and dedicated attention to the one man whose own quiet, largely unglamorous genius made an almost embarrassingly large share of everything this story is credited to Octavius himself actually possible, because Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa deserves considerably more than the handful of passing mentions this story has given him so far tonight. Born into a family of no particular distinction, considerably more obscure even than the Octavii' own comparatively modest provincial standing. Agrippa had been Octavius's own close companion since boyhood, studying alongside him and, by several accounts, accompanying him to Apollonia itself in the very same months this story has already told you. Octavius received the news of Caesar's murder there, and from that very first crisis onward, Agrippa attached himself to his friend's cause with a loyalty that never once, across more than 3 decades of shifting alliances and shifting fortunes that destroyed nearly every other major relationship in this entire story, showed any sign of wavering. It is worth naming plainly exactly how much of the actual concrete military achievement this story is credited to Octavius across tonight's telling was, in truth, Agrippa's own work rather than his friends. The victory at Mutina that first secured Octavius's own legions owed a great deal to Agrippa's own battlefield competence. The entirely new Roman fleet raised, trained, and equipped from nothing to finally defeat Sextus. Pompeius was Agrippa's own patient engineering achievement down to the smallest technical detail, and the decisive naval victory at Actium that this story is still building toward tonight was won, in the most literal tactical sense, by Agrippa's own careful positioning and Agrippa's own command decisions rather than by anything Octavius, watching from a position of comparative safety, personally contributed to the actual fighting. It is worth naming too exactly what kind of reward Octavius eventually gave a friend whose own genuine talent so consistently outstripped his patron's, because it says something genuinely admirable about a man this story has not always been able to praise without real reservation. Rather than treating Agrippa's own obvious competence as a threat, the way this story has already shown you, on other nights in this same room, that ambitious and insecure rulers so often treated their own most talented subordinates, Octavius elevated Agrippa steadily and consistently across the whole of the following decades, granting him command of Roman armies and Roman fleets again and again, marrying him, after Marcellus's death, to his own beloved daughter Julia, and eventually granting him, in the year 18 before Christ, a version of the Tribunicia Potestas nearly identical to his own, making Agrippa, for a period of years, something remarkably close to a genuine co-ruler of the entire Roman world, an arrangement that reveals, more clearly than almost anything else in this entire story, exactly how coldly and how clearly Octavius was capable of distinguishing genuine, earned loyalty from the kind of dangerous, self-interested ambition he'd spent his own career learning to recognise and to neutralise in every other man he ever dealt with. When Agrippa died suddenly in the year 12 before Christ, Augustus, by this point ruler of the entire Roman world for nearly 2 decades, is recorded by several ancient sources as having grieved with a depth and a genuineness that few other losses in his own carefully guarded emotional life ever seem to have produced, delivering the funeral oration himself and burying his oldest friend in the very same mausoleum he'd built for his own eventual remains, an honour extended to no one else outside Augustus's immediate blood family across the whole of his own long reign. Ordinary voices and a poet who very nearly lost his own family's farm to the very land settlements this story has already described tonight. It is worth pausing too before we let the great and famous names of this story crowd out every other voice in it, to remember that the veteran land settlements this whole long telling has already walked you through, the confiscations that first sparked the Perusian War, and that continued in one form or another across nearly the entire span of the Triumviral period, touched the lives of a great many ordinary Italian families who left behind no memoir, no speech, and no surviving letter of their own to tell us what it actually felt like to watch a farm their own family had worked for generations handed over, by simple government decree, to a veteran soldier who had never set foot on it before. It is worth naming specifically the one genuinely well-documented exception to that general and frustrating silence, because it comes from a source considerably more famous than almost any other voice in this entire story. The poet Virgil, whose own Aeneid this story has already told you tonight did more than any other single work of literature to build and to sustain Augustus's own carefully cultivated public image, very nearly lost his own family's farm near the northern Italian town of Mantua during exactly this same wave of veteran land confiscations, a personal catastrophe he wrote about in thinly disguised poetic form in an earlier collection of pastoral poems called the Eclogues, composed years before the Aeneid itself and describing, through the voices of shepherds displaced from land they had known their entire lives, the genuine terror and genuine grief of watching a soldier arrive to claim a farm that had never been his. Virgil's own land, by several ancient accounts, was eventually restored to him, very likely through the direct personal intervention of Maecenas, or of Octavius himself once the poet's own considerable talent had come to their attention, a small and genuinely telling detail that shows you, in miniature, exactly how this whole system of patronage and favour actually worked in practice. One family's ruin quietly reversed because the family happened to produce a poet whose own gifts made him useful to the very regime that had nearly destroyed him, while countless thousands of considerably less gifted Italian farmers whose own displaced grief left no verse behind for any future audience to read, simply vanished, uncounted and unremembered, into the wider human wreckage that this entire decade of Roman civil war left scattered across the whole of the Italian countryside, the Queen in the East. It is worth pausing before this story follows Antony and Octavius to their final decisive confrontation on the specific and genuinely consequential relationship that had, across these same years, been quietly reshaping Antony's own priorities, his own public image, and his own long-term political position, because no honest telling of the rest of tonight's story can proceed without giving proper weight to the woman who would come to matter more to its final act than any single Roman senator or Roman general besides the two triumvirs themselves. Cleopatra VII, Queen of Egypt, and, by the same ancient and carefully maintained Ptolemaic dynastic claim that this channel has had occasion to mention before, the reigning descendant of one of Alexander the Great's own Macedonian generals, had already, this story has already told you in an earlier telling on another night in this room, formed a genuine and politically consequential relationship with Julius Caesar himself years before his own death, bearing him a son, Caesarion, whose very existence and whose mother's own persistent claims regarding his true parentage represented a standing and genuinely uncomfortable challenge to Octavius's own carefully cultivated public identity as Caesar's one true and legally adopted heir. When Antony, in the year 41 before Christ, summoned Cleopatra to meet him at the city of Tarsus in order to answer for Egypt's own ambiguous conduct during the recent war against Brutus and Cassius, the queen arrived, by Plutarch's own vivid and often repeated account written more than a century later, in a barge with gilded stern and purple sails, reclining beneath a canopy dressed as the goddess Venus herself, while attendants dressed as Cupids fanned her, a deliberately theatrical display of wealth and divine self-presentation calculated, with real and evident political shrewdness, to overwhelm a Roman general already known throughout the Mediterranean world for his own considerable personal appetite for luxury, for wine, and for the company of clever and formidable women. It is worth pausing, briefly, on exactly how precarious Cleopatra's own hold on her own throne had already been, years before Antony ever summoned her to Tarsus, because it explains a great deal about why she proved, across the whole of the rest of this story, so consistently willing to gamble her own kingdom's future on an alliance with whichever Roman happened to hold the most power at any given moment. Cleopatra had come to the Egyptian throne at only 18 years old, in the ancient and by then long-established Ptolemaic custom of co-rule with a sibling spouse, and had been driven from Alexandria entirely within her first few years of rule by a palace faction favouring her own younger brother, spending a period in genuine and precarious exile before Julius Caesar himself, arriving in Alexandria in pursuit of the fleeing Pompey. In a chapter of this story already told in fuller detail on another night in this room, restored her to her own throne, an intervention that left her, from nearly the very beginning of her own independent reign, keenly and permanently aware of exactly how completely her own kingdom's survival now depended on maintaining the personal favour of whichever Roman general happened to hold the greatest power in the Mediterranean world, a lesson she would go on applying, with real and sustained skill, first to Caesar and then, once he was dead, to Antony in turn. It is worth naming, honestly, that whatever the precise balance of genuine personal affection and cold-eyed political calculation that actually underlay the relationship that developed between Antony and Cleopatra across the following decade, a question the surviving sources themselves, drawn overwhelmingly from writers working under Octavius's own eventual and thoroughly one-sided patronage, make genuinely difficult to answer with any real confidence. The practical political consequences of that relationship were entirely real and entirely consequential. Antony, spending increasing stretches of the following years in Alexandria rather than in Rome, or with his own official Roman wife Octavia, fathered 3 children with Cleopatra, and in the year 34 before Christ, in a public ceremony in Alexandria, that Octavius's own propaganda machine back in Rome would spend the rest of this story's remaining years mining for maximum political damage, formally distributed vast territories of the Roman East among Cleopatra and her own children, an event modern historians call the Donations of Alexandria, declaring Caesarion, Cleopatra's own son by Julius Caesar himself, to be the king of kings and the true and legitimate son of the great dictator, a direct and unmistakable public challenge to the entire foundation of Octavius's own claimed legitimacy as Caesar's one true heir, and elevating his own 3 children by Cleopatra to a collection of grand royal titles across Armenia, Media, Parthia, Syria, and Cyrenaica that existed, in a great many cases, considerably more on paper and in ceremonial pageantry than in any actual exercised territorial control, a war declared, carefully on a woman rather than on a fellow Roman. It is worth pausing before this story follows both sides toward the final and decisive campaign that would settle the fate of the entire Roman world, on the specific and genuinely masterful propaganda campaign Octavius waged across these same final years, because it reveals, with real and unusual clarity, exactly the kind of political instinct that separated him, at bottom, from every other ambitious man this story has followed across its long telling tonight. Rather than frame the coming conflict honestly as what it actually was, a war between 2 Roman citizens for the ultimate mastery of the Roman state, an accurate framing that Roman political and religious tradition regarded, this story has already told you, on another night in this room, as one of the single most poisonous and most dangerous kinds of conflict a Roman could possibly wage. Octavius instead spent years carefully constructing a considerably more palatable public narrative in which the true enemy was not Antony at all. A fellow Roman consul and fellow triumvir whom Octavius still, formally, and for as long as it remained convenient, called his colleague, but rather Cleopatra herself, a foreign queen who had, in this careful and deliberately xenophobic telling, bewitched and corrupted a once loyal Roman general, stripping him of his own Roman virtue and his own Roman loyalty, and turning him into little more than a besotted puppet of Egyptian luxury and Egyptian ambition, a narrative that allowed Octavius to present the coming war not as a civil war at all, the very thing Roman tradition dreaded most, but as a defensive war of Roman civilization itself against a dangerous and encroaching Eastern threat. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely audacious final act that brought this long propaganda campaign to its decisive climax, because it involved a violation of Roman religious and legal custom so serious that Octavius's own willingness to commit it tells you a great deal about exactly how high the stakes had now become for both men. Antony, before departing for the East years earlier, had deposited his own official will, in the ordinary and entirely customary manner of any senior Roman statesman, with the Vestal Virgins in Rome, a document whose sanctity and whose privacy Roman law and Roman religious custom protected with real and genuine seriousness. And Octavius, in the final months before the war's actual outbreak, seized that will by force over the Vestal's own formal objections and read its contents publicly before the Senate, revealing, or at least claiming to reveal, provisions that confirmed Cleopatra's children as legitimate heirs to vast portions of Antony's own personal fortune, and that specified, most damagingly of all, in the eyes of an audience whose deepest cultural pride rested on the sacred permanent primacy of the city of Rome itself, that Antony wished to be buried, upon his own eventual death, not in Rome at all, but alongside Cleopatra in Alexandria. Whether the document Octavius read aloud that day was genuine in every particular, or whether, as several modern historians have suggested, it had been selectively edited or partially fabricated to maximize its political damage, we cannot now say with any real confidence, because the will itself has not survived, and we possess only Octavius's own account, and the accounts of writers working within the political and literary world his own eventual victory would go on to shape and to fund of what it actually contained, but its effect on Roman public opinion was immediate, and, by every surviving account, genuinely devastating, stripping Antony of his own remaining Roman offices and Roman honours by formal senatorial decree, and securing at last a formal declaration of war, not against Mark Antony, a Roman citizen and a Roman consul, whom the Senate could not, by its own ancient constitutional logic, legally declare war upon at all, but against Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, a foreign monarch against whom Rome could, and now formally did, declare open and righteous war. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely unusual piece of political theatre Octavius staged in the months immediately following this same declaration, because he would go on, decades later, to cite it in his own res gesti as one of the single proudest achievements of his entire career. Rather than rely solely on the Senate's own formal declaration, Octavius circulated across Italy and the loyal western provinces a personal oath of allegiance, asking free citizens town by town and community by community to swear individually and voluntarily to follow him personally into the coming war, and the response, whether genuinely spontaneous or, as several modern historians suspect, considerably more carefully organised and considerably more gently coerced than Octavius's own later telling ever admitted, was overwhelming, with the whole of Italy and the greater part of the western provinces formally binding themselves, by this same personal oath, to his own individual cause rather than to the Senate's or the Republic's abstract authority. It is worth sitting with that detail for a moment, because it marks, in its own quiet and administratively unglamorous way, a genuine turning point in the whole long story this channel has spent tonight walking you through, the moment at which Roman loyalty, already drifting for a generation from the distant institutions of the Republic toward the personal charisma of whichever general commanded the nearest army, was formalized, publicly and on a scale no earlier Roman politician had ever quite attempted, into loyalty to one specific man's own person, a change in the deep grammar of Roman political life that the actual battle now waiting for us would only confirm rather than create. Actium. It is worth pausing before this story follows both fleets to the single battle that would decide the fate of the entire Roman world, on the sheer scale of the forces that finally gathered in the late summer of the year 31 before Christ, off the western coast of Greece near a narrow strait called Actium, because it represented, by any honest reckoning, the largest and the most consequential naval confrontation the Mediterranean world had witnessed in generations. Antony and Cleopatra, commanding a combined fleet of several hundred warships along with a substantial land army, found themselves, across the weeks leading up to the actual battle, increasingly hemmed in by Agrippa's own considerably more disciplined and, crucially, considerably more mobile Roman fleet, which had spent the preceding months systematically cutting off Antony's own supply lines and blockading his own harbours with a patient, methodical skill that mirrored, on a considerably larger stage, exactly the same careful naval mastery Agrippa had already demonstrated years earlier against Sextus Pompeius. By the time the two fleets finally met in open battle on the 2nd of September, Antony's own forces were already, by several ancient accounts, suffering from disease, from dwindling supplies, and from a steadily eroding morale that several contemporary observers on his own side had already begun quietly interpreting as an omen of impending defeat. It is worth naming plainly exactly how the actual battle unfolded, because its ending carries a genuine and lasting strangeness that ancient and modern historians alike have never fully agreed how to interpret. As the two fleets closed, and the fighting began in earnest, Cleopatra's own squadron of some 60 ships, positioned toward the rear of the combined battle line, suddenly broke away from the fighting entirely and fled south under full sail, and Antony himself, upon seeing his lover's ships withdrawing, abandoned his own flagship and his own still engaged fleet to follow her, transferring to a smaller, faster vessel and sailing after Cleopatra's own retreating squadron, while the great majority of his own remaining fleet and his own substantial land army, left leaderless and abandoned in the middle of an ongoing battle, either surrendered outright or were destroyed piecemeal over the following days. Ancient and modern historians alike have debated for 2,000 years now exactly why Cleopatra's own ships withdrew when they did, whether it represented a deliberate, prearranged tactical manoeuvre intended to preserve the core of the Egyptian treasury and fleet for a longer war still to come, a panicked and unplanned flight from a battle that had already, by that point, turned decisively against them, or something considerably more damaging still to Antony's own later reputation, a simple and unforgivable act of cowardice or divided loyalty at the single most decisive moment of the entire war. And the honest answer, as with so much else in this long and heavily propagandized story, is that we cannot now know for certain, because the only detailed accounts that survive were written by men working, directly or indirectly, within the literary and political world that Octavius's own eventual total victory would go on to fund and to shape for the rest of their own careers. It is worth pausing too on the sheer physical scale and the sheer noise of the actual engagement itself, because the sanitized, strategic language of most surviving accounts tends to smooth over just how chaotic and how genuinely terrifying several hours of ancient naval combat between hundreds of oar-driven warships would actually have been to the men living through it. Antony's own fleet included a number of enormous, heavily built warships, floating fortresses bristling with catapults and boarding towers that dwarfed the smaller, faster, more manoeuvrable vessels Agrippa had built and trained his own crews to handle with real precision. and the fighting, once it finally began in earnest, filled the narrow waters off Actium with the splintering of oars, the grinding collision of hulls, and before the day was through, the spreading smoke and flame of fire arrows and burning pitch flung from ship to ship, a chaos through which thousands of ordinary rowers, most of them enslaved or freed men with no personal stake whatsoever, in which Roman general eventually ruled the world, fought and drowned and burned in numbers that no surviving ancient source ever troubled to count with any particular care. It is worth remembering, too, that Cleopatra's own retreating squadron carried with it, by several ancient accounts, a substantial portion of the Egyptian royal treasury, sails already raised and ready before the battle's own outcome had even been fully decided, a detail that lends at least some real weight to the theory that her withdrawal, whatever its precise timing and precise motivation, may have reflected a genuinely calculated decision to preserve what could still be preserved of Egypt's own independent resources rather than simple panic in the middle of an unfolding disaster. It is worth naming, too, one small and genuinely lasting physical monument Octavius left behind on the very ground where this decisive battle had actually been decided, because it shows you exactly how quickly he understood the value of turning even a single afternoon's fighting into a permanent physical claim on the landscape itself. On the site of his own camp overlooking the strait, Octavius founded an entirely new city, Nicopolis, the city of victory, populating it by compelling the residents of several older, smaller towns in the surrounding region to relocate there, and establishing, alongside the new city itself, a grand quadrennial athletic and musical festival modelled on the ancient Greek Olympic Games, deliberately designed to draw visitors from across the whole of the Greek-speaking world back to this same patch of ground, again and again, for centuries to come, specifically so that they might be reminded, generation after generation, of exactly whose victory this stretch of Greek coastline actually belonged to now, a piece of permanent, self-perpetuating propaganda considerably more durable than any single triumph or any single coin issue, built directly into the landscape and into the calendar of an entire region's own recurring public life, the asp and the sword. It is worth pausing before we follow this long story to its final and most famous act on the desperate months that followed Antium's decisive defeat, because Antony and Cleopatra, retreating together to Alexandria, spent nearly a full year attempting with steadily diminishing hope to rebuild some kind of viable resistance against Octavius's own now overwhelming and thoroughly unstoppable momentum. Octavius, pursuing them with the same patient, methodical thoroughness that had already carried him through more than a decade of careful political and military calculation, invaded Egypt itself in the summer of the year 30 before Christ, and as his forces closed on Alexandria and Antony's own remaining troops began deserting to the advancing Roman army in ever larger numbers, Antony, receiving in a final and genuinely tragic piece of miscommunication false news that Cleopatra herself had already taken her own life, fell on his own sword in the ancient and honourable Roman manner rather than face capture, and was carried, still dying, to Cleopatra's own presence, where he learned, in his final moments, that the report of her own death had been false, and where he died by Plutarch's own moving and widely repeated account in her arms. It is worth naming plainly exactly what happened to Cleopatra herself in the days that followed, because her own final choices reveal a genuine and considerable political shrewdness that persisted all the way to the very end of her long and remarkable life. Taken into Octavius's own custody and negotiating with him directly in the hope, several ancient sources suggest, of securing some kind of surviving throne for at least one of her own children, Cleopatra came to understand, over the following days, exactly what fate Octavius actually intended for her: to be paraded in chains through the streets of Rome itself as the single, greatest trophy of his own eventual triumph, a humiliation this proud and formidable queen was determined, by every surviving account, never to allow to happen, and on the 10th of August in the year 30 before Christ, she took her own life, by the most famous and most enduring account, through the bite of a poisonous asp, smuggled into her own chambers in a basket of figs, though several ancient sources record alternative explanations involving poison applied more directly, and modern historians, weighing the practical difficulty of a snake bite reliable enough to guarantee a swift and certain death, remain genuinely uncertain which version, if either, reflects what actually happened in that final locked room. It is worth pausing, too, on the actual negotiations that took place between Octavius and Cleopatra in the days before her own death, because they reveal, with genuine and unsettling clarity, exactly how coldly calculated the whole final act of this long story actually was on both sides. Octavius met with the captured queen in person, and while several ancient sources, Plutarch chief among them, describe her attempting, even in these final desperate circumstances, to charm and to negotiate with him as she had once charmed his own adoptive father and his own former rival Antony in turn, Octavius, by every surviving account, remained entirely unmoved, his own eyes fixed, several sources suggest, considerably more on an inventory of her own royal treasury than on the woman herself. And it was only once Cleopatra understood, with total and final clarity, that Octavius intended her survival, purely as a living trophy, to be paraded through the streets of Rome in his own upcoming triumph, that she made her own final decision. Plutarch records in a detail that captures something genuinely chilling about the deliberate methodical nature of her own preparation for that final choice, that Cleopatra had spent time in the preceding weeks systematically testing the effects of various poisons on condemned criminals, observing which methods produced death with the least visible pain and the least visible disfigurement to her own body, a research project undertaken by a woman who understood, better than almost anyone else in this entire story, exactly how much of her own legacy would depend on the manner and the dignity of her own final exit. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely calculated ruthlessness with which Octavius treated the surviving members of Antony and Cleopatra's own family in the immediate aftermath of their deaths, because it reveals, with a clarity that even his own most sympathetic ancient biographers struggle to soften, exactly how thoroughly this careful, patient man was willing to eliminate any remaining rival claim to Caesar's own name and legacy once he finally held the power to do so unchallenged. Caesarion, Cleopatra's own son by Julius Caesar, whose very existence had represented for years the single most direct threat to Octavius's own claimed status as Caesar's one legitimate heir, was hunted down and executed on Octavius's own explicit order, despite being barely more than a teenager, with one of Octavius's own advisors reportedly observing, in a grimly memorable line that several ancient sources preserve, that too many Caesars was not a good thing, a piece of coldly practical political arithmetic that Octavius evidently found entirely persuasive. Antony's own eldest son by his first wife, a young man named Antyllus, was likewise executed, while Cleopatra's own 3 younger children by Antony, Cleopatra Selene, Alexander Helios, and Ptolemy Philadelphus, considered too young and too politically insignificant to represent any genuine future threat, were spared and raised afterward, in a detail that carries a genuine and quietly remarkable grace, amid so much calculated killing, in the household of Antony's own abandoned Roman wife, Octavia, Octavius's own sister, who took in and raised her former husband's children by another woman alongside her own, a small act of familial mercy that the rest of this brutal, decade-long civil war offers very few genuine parallels to. Both hands held open at once. For the general, this story has, so far tonight, mostly let his own victorious rival's propaganda define. It is worth pausing honestly before Antony himself passes entirely out of this story, on how thoroughly the popular memory of him, shaped almost entirely by writers working under the patronage of the very man who defeated him, has flattened a genuinely capable and genuinely significant Roman statesman into little more than a cautionary tale about the dangers of Eastern luxury and a foreign queen's supposed influence. Antony was, by nearly every honest military assessment available to us, the single most experienced and the single most consistently effective battlefield commander to emerge from the entire generation that followed Julius Caesar's own death. A soldier who had won real distinction under Caesar himself in Gaul and in the civil war against Pompey, who had done the overwhelming share of the actual fighting and the actual winning at Philippi while Octavius lay too ill or too afraid to command his own camp, and who commanded across the whole of his own long career a level of genuine personal devotion from his own soldiers that several ancient sources, even those writing from within Octavius's own eventual court, freely and openly acknowledge. He governed, for the better part of a decade, the wealthiest and most populous half of the entire Roman world, the eastern provinces and their vast web of client kingdoms, with a genuine administrative competence that the considerably more one-sided later tradition has never given him much credit for at all, and his own relationship with Cleopatra, whatever the real personal affection tangled up inside it, also represented in the coldest and most practical political terms a genuinely sound strategic alliance between a Roman general who needed Egypt's fabulous wealth to fund his own armies, and an Egyptian queen who needed Rome's protection to keep her own increasingly precarious throne, an alliance no more purely self-interested in the end than the marriage alliances this entire story has already shown you, binding together nearly every major Roman political partnership of the age. It is worth naming, too, the one figure whose own quiet and genuinely remarkable grace this whole turbulent decade offers surprisingly little competition for, because Octavia, Octavius's own sister, and Antony's abandoned Roman wife, spent the years of her husband's increasingly public devotion to another woman raising his own children by that same woman inside her own household in Rome, managing, by several ancient accounts, to preserve real personal dignity and real personal warmth throughout a public humiliation that would have driven a great many Roman noblewomen of her own era toward open and bitter recrimination, and continuing even after the final and irreversible breach between her own brother and her own husband, to advocate quietly on Antony's behalf whenever she believed doing so might avert the very war that eventually consumed him. It is worth remembering both of these fuller, more complicated pictures now. The capable general whose own considerable achievements a rival's propaganda machine spent decades quietly erasing, and the abandoned wife who met her own husband's very public betrayal with something closer to grace than bitterness, because a story told honestly owes its losers every bit as much as its winners the fullest and fairest hearing the surviving evidence can actually support. Both hands held open at once for the queen this story has just watched die. It is worth pausing honestly before we let Cleopatra pass entirely out of tonight's telling on how thoroughly the Roman propaganda machine that Octavius spent these same final years so carefully constructing has continued to shape the way the wider world remembers her, even 2,000 years later, because the woman that Roman poets writing under Octavius's own patronage described, a foreign seductress who corrupted a great Roman general through nothing more than Eastern luxury and feminine cunning, bears only a partial and heavily distorted resemblance to the considerably more capable ruler the surviving evidence, read honestly and read against its own obvious biases, actually suggests she was. Cleopatra governed Egypt, a kingdom whose own vast agricultural wealth made it one of the single richest prizes in the entire ancient Mediterranean world. For more than 2 decades spoke, by several ancient accounts, an unusually wide range of languages, including notably the Egyptian language itself, a linguistic effort that none of her own Greek-descended Ptolemaic predecessors on the Egyptian throne had apparently bothered to make across nearly 3 centuries of their own family's rule, and navigated with real and sustained political skill the genuinely difficult position of a client monarch, attempting to preserve her own kingdom's independence against the steadily encroaching and increasingly irresistible power of Rome, forming alliances first with Julius Caesar and then with Mark Antony, not out of simple romantic infatuation. Whatever genuine personal affection may also have existed alongside the cold political calculation, but because those alliances represented, at each successive stage of an increasingly dangerous political landscape, her own kingdom's single best remaining hope of survival. That she ultimately failed, and that her failure delivered Egypt itself into direct Roman annexation as Octavius's own personal province, a possession he would go on to control with an unusually tight and unusually personal grip that no ordinary Roman senator was even permitted to visit without his own explicit permission, does not make the ambition and the genuine political sophistication of the 21 years she spent trying to prevent exactly that outcome any less real. And it is worth holding both of those truths together now, honestly, the shrewd and capable queen, and the propagandized, flattened caricature that outlived her, rather than letting the second one, however much more entertaining and however much more thoroughly documented in the surviving sources, simply erase the first, closing the doors of war. It is worth pausing, before this story follows Octavius back to Rome for the final and most consequential transformation of his entire remarkable life, on the specific and genuinely theatrical homecoming that marked the formal end of more than 20 years of nearly continuous Roman civil war. Octavius returned to Rome in the summer of the year 29 before Christ, and celebrated, over the course of 3 consecutive days, a triple triumph of a magnificence the city had rarely if ever seen before, parading through the streets of the capital the accumulated plunder and the accumulated glory of victories in Illyria, at Actium, and in Egypt itself, and in one of the more quietly significant ceremonial acts of that same triumphant summer, he ordered the doors of the ancient temple of Janus, a small shrine whose own twin doors Roman religious custom required to stand open for the entire duration of any war the Roman state was actively fighting, and to be ceremonially closed only in genuine, comprehensive peacetime, shut for only the 3rd time in the entire recorded history of the Roman state, a gesture whose deep symbolic weight was not lost on a citizenry that had, by this point, endured more than a century of nearly unbroken internal violence stretching back through the Gracchi and Marius and Sulla and Caesar, and every bloody chapter of civil war this whole long story has walked you through tonight. It is worth pausing too on the sheer visual spectacle of that triple triumph itself, because it offered the ordinary crowds of Rome, packed along the processional route in numbers several ancient sources describe as genuinely overwhelming, a direct and unforgettable sensory confirmation of exactly how completely this long war had actually ended. Wagons piled with captured treasure rolled through the streets for hours at a stretch. Painted placards carried aloft announced in enormous lettering the names of the conquered peoples and the conquered cities being celebrated, and since Cleopatra herself was not, of course, available to be paraded in chains as Octavius had originally intended, several ancient sources record that an effigy of the dead queen was carried instead, modelled with a serpent coiled against her own arm in a deliberate and unmistakable reference to the manner of her own death, a final piece of theatre that let Rome's own crowds witness, at least symbolically, the very submission Cleopatra had died specifically to avoid. It is worth naming too the genuinely enormous economic transformation that followed directly on the heels of this same triumph, because the sheer scale of the Egyptian royal treasury that Octavius brought back to Rome, built up over 3 centuries of Ptolemaic rule over one of the wealthiest agricultural regions in the entire ancient world, was large enough that several ancient sources describe interest rates across the whole of Italy dropping sharply and land prices rising just as sharply in the month that followed, as this sudden flood of Egyptian gold and silver worked its way through an economy that had spent more than a decade starved of exactly this kind of liquid, spendable wealth by the accumulated cost of civil war, a single conquest whose financial aftershocks reached, in their own quiet way, into the pocketbook of nearly every property-owning Roman family in Italy. It is worth pausing too on the genuinely careful and genuinely deliberate political theatre that Octavius staged some 3.5 years later, in January of the year 27 before Christ, because it represents, in the plainest possible terms, the single most consequential piece of political stagecraft in the entire history of the Roman world. Standing before the Senate, Octavius formally and publicly announced that he was laying down all of his own extraordinary triumviral and emergency powers, restoring, in the careful and deliberately reassuring language of his own official announcement, the free Roman Republic to the Roman Senate and the Roman people, a declaration that echoed, quite deliberately, the ancient and sacred republican oath this story has already told you on another night in this room, that the earliest Romans had sworn nearly 5 centuries earlier upon the expulsion of their last king, the Senate, in a response that everyone present understood on some level to be exactly as carefully choreographed as Octavius's own initial offer, responded with what appeared to be genuine and spontaneous alarm at the prospect of losing the one man whose steady hand had, over the preceding several years, finally brought a genuine and lasting end to decades of catastrophic civil war, and begged him, in the strongest possible terms, to reconsider, and Octavius, appearing to yield with real and evident reluctance to the Senate's own pleading, accepted a fresh grant of extraordinary provincial command over Spain, Gaul and Syria, the very provinces where the great majority of Rome's own standing legions happened to be stationed, while formally returning the remaining, considerably more peaceful provinces to the Senate's own ordinary administration, an arrangement that gave him, in practice, undisputed personal control of nearly the entire Roman military, while allowing him, in careful public theory, to appear as nothing more than one senior magistrate among many, generously shouldering the single most difficult and most dangerous administrative burdens of the Roman state purely out of a sense of civic duty. It was in this same session that the Senate voted him the new honorific title by which history has known him ever since, Augustus, a word carrying deep and deliberately chosen religious connotations in Latin, related to the verb meaning to increase or to consecrate, a title that had never before been applied to any Roman citizen in the entire history of the Republic, and that placed the man who received it in a category of dignity and reverence that stood, quite deliberately, just short of the poisonous and permanently forbidden word rex, king, while nonetheless marking him, unmistakably, as something considerably more than an ordinary Roman citizen ever again. It is worth pausing briefly to gather up, in one place, the sheer number of different names this one man carried across the whole of the extraordinary life this story has walked you through tonight, because that accumulating chain of names traces almost by itself the entire shape of his own patient climb. He was born Gaius Octavius, a name that marked him, accurately enough at the time, as an unremarkable member of a respectable but politically undistinguished equestrian family. He became, upon his own adoption, Gaius Julius Caesar, a name he insisted upon with a persistence that startled and unsettled Antony and everyone else who had known him as a boy, understanding from the very first days after his own great-uncle's murder exactly how much political capital a dead man's own famous name could carry. Modern historians, needing some way to distinguish this second Caesar from the first, generally call him Octavian across these middle years of his life, a label his own contemporaries would rarely have actually used to his face. He styled himself, once his own military command was secure, Imperator Caesar, folding what had once been a purely temporary battlefield title of acclamation into a permanent part of his own formal name, a small but genuinely significant piece of linguistic engineering that quietly planted the seed of the word this entire story's opening minutes tonight already told you would eventually come to mean emperor in language after language across the whole of Europe. And in the year 27 before Christ he became at last Augustus, the name history has settled on, a title that was not, strictly speaking, a name inherited from any family at all, but an honour voted to him, fresh and unprecedented by a Senate that had, by that point, learned to give this one man almost anything he asked for. It is worth sitting with that whole chain for a moment, an unremarkable boy's given name, a dead man's borrowed name, a battlefield title turned permanent, and finally an entirely new word invented specifically to describe him, because it tells you in miniature exactly the same story this whole long night has told you in full. A man who understood, better than any other figure in this entire era, that power in Rome was never just about the armies you commanded or the wars you won, but about exactly what words the world was eventually persuaded to use when it spoke your name, the first citizen. It is worth pausing before this story follows Augustus into the actual practical business of governing the enormous empire he had just spent 13 years fighting to control, on the specific and genuinely subtle architecture of power that he spent the following years, and in truth the following decades, carefully constructing, because it stands in the sharpest possible contrast to the blunt, openly dictatorial style his own adoptive father had favoured in his own final years, where Julius Caesar had accepted the explicit permanent title of dictator for life, a title whose very bluntness this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, helped drive 60 of his own senators to murder him. In the desperate hope of preventing exactly the kind of one-man rule that title so openly announced, Augustus avoided any such explicit, unmistakably monarchical title for the whole of the rest of his own long reign, preferring instead the considerably more modest and considerably more politically palatable title of Princeps, First Citizen, a term with genuine and long-established republican precedent, describing simply the most senior and most respected member of the Roman Senate, a title that allowed Augustus to hold, in practice, absolute and unchallenged authority over the entire Roman world, while permitting every Roman citizen who wished to believe it, and a great many genuinely did, to tell themselves that the free republic still, in some meaningful sense, endured. It is worth naming plainly the specific further adjustment Augustus made to this same careful arrangement in the year 23 before Christ, because it reveals, with considerable clarity, exactly how patiently and how methodically he continued refining the actual legal and constitutional mechanics of his own rule even after the dramatic public theatre of the settlement of 27 before Christ had already secured his position. Facing a serious illness that year that genuinely threatened his own life, and that forced the entire Roman world to confront, for the first time, the deeply uncomfortable question of what might actually happen to the state if this one man who now held it all together was suddenly to die, Augustus, upon his own recovery, resigned the annual consulship he had held continuously for nearly a decade, an office whose repeated occupation by a single individual had begun, several ancient sources suggest, to sit uneasily against the very republican principles his whole careful public presentation depended on, and accepted instead a considerably more discreet package of powers, the tribunicia potestas, the full legal authority of a tribune of the people, including its ancient and sacred power of veto, without ever actually holding the office of tribune itself, an office that Roman law, as this story has already told you, on another night in this room, reserved exclusively for men of plebeian rather than patrician birth, alongside a broader form of proconsular command, imperium proconsular meus, that gave him legal authority superior to that of any individual provincial governor anywhere in the empire. A combination of carefully separated, carefully depersonalized legal powers that allowed him to govern with total effective authority, while never again needing to hold, continuously and conspicuously, any single office whose repeated occupation might remind an increasingly forgetful Roman public exactly how completely their own ancient republic had actually ceased to exist in anything but its outward and carefully preserved forms. It is worth pausing, too, on exactly what actually happened to the old machinery of republican government underneath this careful new arrangement, because the Senate itself did not disappear at all, and understanding exactly what it became is essential to understanding how thoroughly and how quietly Augustus's own system actually worked. The Senate continued to meet, continued to debate, continued to pass its own formal decrees, and continued to provide, generation after generation, the pool of experienced administrators from whom Augustus drew his own provincial governors and his own military commanders. But it did so now within boundaries Augustus himself had quietly and carefully drawn around it, reducing its own membership from the bloated and often unruly body of nearly 1,000 men it had swollen to during the chaos of the civil wars back down to a more disciplined 600, personally reviewing and, where he judged it necessary, personally striking names from its own roll, and steadily directing the most consequential decisions of state toward his own private council of trusted advisers rather than toward the Senate's own open floor. Beneath the Senate, Augustus also reorganized and considerably expanded the responsibilities of the equestrian order, the same wealthy but non-senatorial class from which his own family had originally come, creating an entirely new career ladder of imperial administrative posts, provincial finance officers, prefects of the grain supply and the fire brigade, and eventually the governorship of Egypt itself, that gave capable men of exactly Augustus's own family's original social standing a genuine and increasingly attractive path into meaningful imperial service, without ever needing to pass through the Senate's own increasingly ceremonial gates at all. And beneath even the equestrians, in a development that would have startled the old republic's own founding generation, considerably more than almost anything else this story has described tonight, Augustus began relying, in the day-to-day administration of his own personal household and his own personal finances, on an increasingly large and increasingly influential staff of freedmen, former slaves who had earned or purchased their own legal freedom, and who now, working directly under the emperor's own personal authority, rather than through any of the old republic's established offices, wielded a genuine practical influence over the actual daily business of imperial government that no freedman in the old republic's own more rigidly status-conscious world could ever have dreamed of possessing. It is worth pausing, briefly too, on the sheer physical scale of the territory this whole careful new system of government was now, in practice, actually responsible for administering, because it helps explain exactly why the old republic's own, more improvised and more personally dependent methods of rule had become so thoroughly unworkable by the time Augustus finally imposed order on them. By the end of his own long reign, the Roman world stretched, in an unbroken chain of provinces and client kingdoms, from the Atlantic coast of Spain and the wild, only partially subdued frontier of Britain's own southern neighbour Gaul, across the whole of the Mediterranean basin, through Italy and Greece and Asia Minor, down through Syria and the newly annexed province of Egypt, with its own uniquely personal status as Augustus's private domain, and along the whole of the North African coast, encompassing, by the most careful modern estimates, somewhere between 50 and 70 million people, speaking dozens of distinct languages and observing dozens of distinct religious and legal traditions, all of it governed, in the final analysis, by the personal decisions and the personal appointments of a single aging man working from a comparatively modest house on the Palatine Hill in Rome, a scale of unified political authority that the ancient Mediterranean world, for all its long history of empires and conquerors, stretching back through Alexander and the Persian kings before him, had genuinely never seen sustained, peacefully and administratively rather than through continuous further conquest, for anything remotely approaching the length of time Augustus's own system would go on to manage. It is worth naming too one small and genuinely striking act of reconciliation from these same years, because it captures something real about the careful, patient way Augustus worked to heal, or at least to paper over, the deep wounds his own earlier prescriptions had torn through Rome's oldest families. Marcus Tullius Cicero the Younger, the son of the very orator whose own severed hands this story has already told you tonight, were nailed to the Roman Forum speaker's platform on Antony's direct order during the proscriptions Octavius himself had at least tacitly permitted, was, remarkably, taken into Augustus's own favour in the years that followed, granted a series of public offices, and eventually appointed in the year 30 before Christ to the consulship itself, the very office his own murdered father had once held and had died, in significant part, defending, and it fell to this same younger Cicero, in a detail several ancient sources record with an irony they clearly relished, to formally announce Antony's own final defeat to the Roman people, and to order the removal of Antony's own statues and honours from the city, a Cicero closing, with his own father's old enemy's own final downfall, the very chapter of Roman history that had begun with his own father's murder. It is worth naming too that Augustus extended this same careful, calculated clemency more broadly across his own later reign, restoring descendants of proscribed and defeated families to public honour and public office, with a regularity that several modern historians read as deliberate and largely successful strategy for reconciling Rome's old senatorial elite to a settlement that had, after all, been built directly on top of so many of their own murdered relatives. A clemency that cost Augustus very little in real political terms by this later stage of his reign, but that did real and lasting work in persuading a generation of Rome's oldest families to make their own uneasy peace with the man who now ruled them. An empire that finally began to run on rules rather than on the whims of whichever general happened to be strongest. It is worth pausing now on the genuinely substantial and genuinely lasting practical reforms that Augustus spent the following 4 decades of settled, peaceful rule actually implementing, because whatever the careful and quite deliberate fiction underlying his own claimed restoration of the Republic, the concrete administrative achievements of his own long reign were real, and they addressed, directly and often quite effectively, exactly the kinds of structural problems this whole long story has already shown you across the whole of the preceding century, tearing the old republic apart piece by piece. Augustus established for the very first time in Roman history a genuinely professional standing army with fixed and predictable terms of service, typically 20 years for the ordinary legions, and a dedicated military treasury, the aerarium militara, funded through specific new taxes, and set aside permanently to guarantee that departing veterans would actually receive the cash payments and pensions they had been promised, rather than depending, as Marius's own original reforms had first made possible, and as this entire century of civil war had then repeatedly and catastrophically demonstrated, on the personal generosity and the personal political survival of whichever individual general happened to command them, a reform that struck directly at the structural root of the very problem that had first allowed private, personally loyal armies to become the deciding factor in Roman politics in the first place. It is worth naming, too, several of the other lasting administrative institutions Augustus established across these same decades, because their effects would go on shaping the Roman world for centuries after his own death. He created the Praetorian Guard, an elite force of soldiers stationed permanently in and around Rome itself, specifically to protect the person of the emperor, an institution that would prove, in the centuries that followed his own reign, to be a genuinely double-edged legacy, protecting a great many later emperors from assassination, while also, on more than one occasion that this channel may well have reason to tell you about on some future night in this same room, deciding for itself, through open mutiny or open bribery, exactly which emperor Rome would have next. He divided the provinces of the empire into two distinct categories: senatorial provinces governed by the Senate's own traditional appointees in relatively peaceful and well-settled regions, and imperial provinces, generally the more recently conquered and more militarily sensitive frontier territories, governed directly by Augustus's own personal representatives, a division that preserved, on paper, a genuine and continuing role for the Senate while ensuring, in practice, that the overwhelming majority of Rome's actual military strength remained under his own direct personal control. He established a permanent fire brigade for the city of Rome itself, the Vigils, addressing directly a problem this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that Julius Caesar's own political rival Crassus had once exploited for private profit through his own extortionate private fire company, and he created a formal imperial postal and transport system, the cursus publicus, that allowed messages and officials to move across the empire's vast distances with a speed and a reliability the old republic had never possessed. Taken together, these reforms represented something the old republic, for all its genuine and admirable constitutional inventiveness, had never quite managed to build across nearly 5 centuries of its own existence. A genuinely functional, genuinely durable administrative machinery capable of governing an empire that now stretched from the Atlantic coast of Spain to the deserts of Syria without depending at every crucial juncture on the personal loyalty and the personal ambition of whichever powerful individual happened to be standing closest to the actual machinery of power at any given moment. The frontiers Rome kept fighting while the city itself learned to call the result a peace. It is worth pausing before this story lets the phrase Pax Romana settle too comfortably into your own mind on exactly how much genuinely brutal, genuinely continuous warfare that famous peace actually rested upon, because the settled tranquility Augustus's own propaganda so carefully advertised to the citizens of Rome itself was experienced, across nearly the whole of his own 41-year reign, as something considerably closer to continuous grinding frontier warfare by the peoples living at the empire's own expanding edges. In Spain, a region Rome had already been fighting on and off for the better part of 2 centuries by the time Augustus came to power, he personally led, in the year 26 before Christ, a campaign against the fiercely independent mountain tribes of Cantabria in the peninsula's own rugged north, a war that dragged on through repeated Roman setbacks and repeated renewed offensives under Augustus's own subordinate commanders for nearly a full decade before the region was finally, brutally pacified, a pacification several ancient sources describe involving the wholesale resettlement of entire mountain communities down onto the open plains below, specifically so that Roman administrators could keep a closer and more permanent watch on populations whose own difficult terrain had sheltered them from effective Roman control for generations. Along the empire's own Balkan frontier, in the region the Romans called Illyricum, Roman legions fought a long and largely unglamorous series of campaigns across nearly the whole of Augustus's own reign. Campaigns that receive barely a passing mention in the more admiring later accounts of his own settled, peaceful rule, precisely because they lacked any single dramatic battle or any single celebrated general capable of turning them into the kind of stirring, quotable narrative that Actium or Philippi had already provided. It is worth naming plainly the single most serious of all these frontier conflicts, because Suetonius himself, writing decades later with the full benefit of hindsight, calls it the most difficult war Rome had faced since the great struggle against Hannibal 2 centuries earlier. In the year 6 after Christ, the peoples of Pannonia and Dalmatia, provinces along the empire's own Danube frontier that had already endured years of heavy Roman taxation and heavy Roman conscription of their own young men into auxiliary military service, rose in a coordinated and genuinely dangerous rebellion that, at its height, threatened to cut off Italy itself from the empire's own eastern provinces, and it took Rome 3 full years of hard, costly campaigning under the command of the same Tiberius this story will shortly need to introduce more fully, mobilizing by several ancient estimates up to 15 legions and a comparable number of auxiliary troops, something approaching a full tenth of the entire Roman citizen population of military age, before the revolt was finally and exhaustively crushed in the year 9 after Christ. It is worth sitting, honestly, with the genuine and uncomfortable asymmetry this reveals at the very heart of the Augustan peace, that the same decades an ordinary Roman citizen strolling through the newly rebuilt Forum might reasonably have experienced as an unbroken and genuinely welcome tranquillity were experienced by the peoples of Cantabria and Pannonia and a great many other frontier regions this story has not had time to name individually tonight, as a period of sustained, exhausting, and very often brutally punitive Roman conquest. A peace that was, in the most literal sense, a peace purchased at the outer edges of the empire so that it might be enjoyed, undisturbed, at the empire's own settled and prosperous centre, a census that reached all the way to a manger in a small provincial town in Judea. It is worth pausing, before we leave the subject of Augustus's own administrative machinery, on one particular piece of that machinery whose reach has echoed down through 2,000 years of Western culture in a way that almost no other single Augustan reform quite manages to match, because the regular empire-wide census that Augustus's own government conducted, primarily as a practical tool for calculating tax liability and military conscription across an empire whose sheer size made any earlier, more casual method of counting its own population increasingly unworkable, extended its own bureaucratic reach even into the smallest and most politically insignificant client kingdoms on the empire's own eastern fringe. It is in exactly this administrative context that the Gospel of Luke, composed considerably later and drawing on its own distinct religious tradition, rather than on any surviving official Roman record, places the birth of a child in the small Judean town of Bethlehem, explaining that the child's own family had travelled there specifically to be counted in a census that the Gospel attributes directly to a decree issued by Caesar Augustus himself, a detail modern historians continue to debate at real length, since no independent Roman source confirms a general census requiring travel to an ancestral town in precisely the way the Gospel describes, and since the specific governorship of Quirinius that Luke's own account associates with this same census appears, by the most careful modern chronological reconstruction to date to a period several years after the birth it is meant to explain. Whatever the precise historical accuracy of that specific detail, and honest scholarship requires us to admit real and lasting uncertainty about it. The fact that the most widely told birth story in the whole of Western civilization frames itself, from its very first lines, against the backdrop of an Augustan administrative decree, tells you something genuinely remarkable about exactly how deeply and how permanently this one man's careful, patient reorganization of Roman government had come to touch the daily life of even the most obscure and most politically insignificant corners of the empire he ruled, so thoroughly and so completely that the birth of a child who would, within a single century, begin to reshape the entire moral and religious landscape of that same empire, could not, even in its own believers' telling, be narrated without first passing through the machinery of an emperor's own careful, bureaucratic reach. The eagles that came home without a single sword having to be drawn for them. It is worth pausing, before this story turns to the physical rebuilding of Rome itself, on the single diplomatic achievement Augustus himself seems to have valued more highly than almost any other accomplishment of his own long reign, because it involved no battle at all, and yet it healed a wound this whole story has already told you, on another night in this room, had been festering in the Roman military imagination for more than 30 years. When Marcus Crassus led his own doomed legions to catastrophic destruction at Carrhae, this story has already told you tonight. The Parthian Empire captured the sacred silver eagle standards of the annihilated Roman legions, and lost Antony's own later, equally disastrous Parthian campaign only compounded, adding further captured standards and further captured prisoners to a humiliation that had, by the time Augustus came to sole power, sat unavenged and unresolved for a full generation. Rather than launch the kind of costly, uncertain military campaign that had already destroyed two of Rome's most capable generals in turn, Augustus pursued the return of these same standards through patient diplomatic pressure, exploiting a succession crisis within the Parthian royal family itself, and presenting enough of a credible military threat along the eastern frontier that the Parthian king finally agreed, in the year 20 before Christ, to return the captured eagles and the surviving Roman prisoners without any battle being fought at all. It is worth naming plainly exactly how enormous a propaganda triumph Augustus made of this single bloodless diplomatic success, because it tells you a great deal about exactly how carefully he had learned, across the whole of his own career, to manufacture the appearance of glory even when the underlying achievement owed considerably more to patience than to any genuine feat of arms. He had the event commemorated on coins struck across the empire, celebrated it as though it were a full military conquest in his own res geste, and had the recovered standards return depicted in careful and unmistakable detail on the breastplate of the very prima porta statue. This story has already told you tonight remains one of our most vivid surviving images of him. A Parthian figure shown humbly returning a Roman standard to a personified Rome, immortalizing in cold and permanent marble a victory that had in fact been won entirely through negotiation. It is worth pausing too on the wider pattern of exactly this kind of careful, low-cost diplomatic management that came to define Augustus's own relationship with the smaller kingdoms along the empire's own eastern edge, because Rome under his own rule increasingly governed its own more distant and more religiously or culturally distinct territories, not through direct annexation and direct Roman administration at all, but through a careful network of client kings, local rulers who retained their own thrones and their own local customs in exchange for reliable loyalty to Rome and reliable payment of tribute. A system this same story has already shown you in its earlier telling of Bethlehem's own census, extending even into the small and comparatively insignificant kingdom of Judea, ruled for most of Augustus's own reign by a client king named Herod, whose own considerable, ruthless, and by several ancient accounts genuinely paranoid building program and family violence belong, in truth, to another night's telling entirely, but whose own long and carefully cultivated personal friendship with Augustus himself, sustained across decades of correspondence and diplomatic visits, offers one further small and telling example of exactly how widely and how cheaply compared to the alternative of outright conquest, this one careful man's own patient diplomatic instincts had learned to extend Roman influence across the whole of the ancient world, found in brick and left in marble. It is worth pausing too on the sheer physical transformation Augustus brought to the city of Rome itself across these same decades, because it stands as one of the most frequently quoted and most genuinely accurate boasts recorded of him by his own ancient biographers, that he had found a city built largely of brick and left it built of marble. Augustus rebuilt or newly constructed an extraordinary range of public buildings across the capital, temples, basilicas, theatres, and a vast new forum of his own bearing his own family name, funding a great deal of this construction from the enormous personal wealth he had accumulated and continued to accumulate from the annexation of Egypt's own fabulous royal treasury, and commissioning, in the year 13 before Christ, the Ara Pacis, the altar of Augustan peace, a monument whose carved relief panels, celebrating the settled, prosperous peace his own long reign had finally brought to a Roman world exhausted by generations of civil war, still stand today, remarkably preserved, in the modern city of Rome, offering any visitor who walks past it a direct and startlingly vivid physical connection to the exact propaganda message Augustus spent his entire reign so carefully constructing. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely significant religious office Augustus finally claimed in the year 12 before Christ, because it closes, with a certain deliberate symmetry, a thread this story has already followed across 2 full generations of Roman political life. Upon the eventual death of Lepidus, the same sidelined former triumvir, this story has already told you tonight spent more than 2 decades in quiet, powerless retirement after his own failed challenge to Octavius following the victory at Naulochus. Augustus finally claimed for himself the office of Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of the entire Roman state religion, the very office this whole long story has already told you, on another night in this room, that Julius Caesar himself had once won through ruinous personal debt decades earlier, and Augustus used this same office across the remaining years of his own reign to undertake a genuinely sweeping restoration of Roman religious practice, rebuilding, by his own count in the Res Gestae, some 82 separate temples across the city of Rome that had fallen into visible disrepair across the preceding century of civil war and civic neglect, reviving several ancient priesthoods and religious colleges that had lapsed entirely from lack of qualified or interested membership, and presenting this whole religious renewal exactly as he presented the settled peace of his own political reforms, as a genuine restoration of traditional Roman piety, rather than as what it also, quite plainly was, one further and genuinely effective instrument for binding the Roman state's own deepest spiritual authority as tightly as possible to his own single person. It is worth naming too the single most remarkable surviving document from Augustus's own hand, because it stands as one of the only genuinely autobiographical accounts left behind by any ruler of the ancient world, composed by Augustus himself in the final years of his own life and inscribed by his own explicit instruction on bronze pillars outside his own mausoleum in Rome, with copies distributed to be carved in stone on temple walls across the empire's provinces, several of which survive to this day and remain among the single most valuable primary sources for the whole of the story this night has told you. The Res Gestae Divi Augusti, the accomplishments of the divine Augustus, presents, in Augustus's own carefully chosen words, a lifetime's worth of achievement recast in the most flattering and the most deliberately misleading possible light. A document that speaks, for instance, of the assassins of Julius Caesar being driven into exile and then defeated in battle in a manner that carefully omits any mention of the years of proscription and civil war and the deaths of Roman citizens by the thousands that this whole night's story has just walked you through in considerably more honest detail. A document that describes his own accumulation of supreme power throughout as the free and willing gift of a grateful Senate and a grateful Roman people, rather than as the calculated endpoint of 13 years of civil war, propaganda, and, when the moment required it, ruthless and calculated murder. And it is worth naming, honestly, exactly how useful and exactly how dangerous a source like this actually is to a listener trying to reconstruct the truth of what actually happened across these decades, because it tells us, with real and unmatched precision, exactly how Augustus himself wanted to be remembered, while telling us considerably less and requiring considerably more careful reading against the grain about everything he would rather we simply forgot. It is worth naming, finally, before we leave this part of the story, the specific and genuinely revealing legislation Augustus pushed through in the year 18 before Christ, because it will matter enormously to a later and considerably more personally painful chapter of tonight's story. Concerned by what he and a great many conservative-minded Romans of his own generation perceived as a genuine and troubling decline in traditional Roman morality and traditional Roman family structure among the very upper classes, whose continued reproduction he considered essential to the long-term health of the Roman state, Augustus enacted a sweeping set of laws, the Lei Juliae, that penalised unmarried adults of a certain age, rewarded citizens who produced multiple legitimate children with genuine legal and financial privileges, and, most consequentially of all for the rest of tonight's story, made adultery a formal criminal offence prosecuted by the state itself for the very first time in Roman history, rather than treated as it had been for centuries before, as a private family matter to be handled within the household according to the judgment of a wronged husband or father. It is worth sitting with that particular piece of legislation now, early in the story of Augustus's own settled and peaceful reign, and remembering it carefully, because the same laws this careful, calculating man wrote to discipline the private conduct of every other Roman family in the empire would, before this whole long story is finished, come home to devastate his own. What an ordinary afternoon actually looked and sounded like in the Rome this one man spent 4 decades quietly rebuilding. It is worth pausing before we let the marble monuments and the careful legislation crowd out the texture of daily life entirely to reconstruct, as best the surviving evidence allows us to, what it might actually have felt like to walk through the streets of Augustus's own Rome on an unremarkable afternoon somewhere in the middle of his long reign, because the contrast with the Rome this story described earlier tonight, the Rome of Caesar's own violent rise, of armed household slaves escorting senators home after dark, of mobs and proscription lists and street fighting between rival gangs, is genuinely and strikingly real. The city Augustus left behind was, by most modern estimates, home to something approaching 1 million people, making it still, as it had been in Caesar's own day, by a considerable margin the largest urban settlement anywhere in the ancient world. But it was a city that could now, for the first time in living memory, actually feed that population with a reasonable and increasingly reliable expectation of regular supply, Augustus having taken direct and personal responsibility for the city's own grain distribution, appointing a permanent official, the Praefectus Annonae, specifically charged with ensuring that Rome's poorest citizens, who had rioted more than once across the preceding decades whenever that supply faltered, could count on their own regular allotment of subsidized grain without needing to riot at all. The insulae, the same tall, cramped, frequently collapsing apartment blocks this story has already described tonight housing the ordinary poor of the city, still crowded the narrow streets in their thousands. But Augustus's own administration introduced, for the first time, formal building height restrictions and a genuine organised fire brigade. The vigils this story has already told you about tonight, walking regular patrols through neighbourhoods that had once depended entirely on private, often extortionate arrangements for even the most basic protection against the fires that periodically swept through the city's own densely packed wooden housing. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely popular forms of public entertainment that flourished under exactly this same settled peace, because they tell you something real about how an ordinary Roman citizen, with no particular interest in the careful constitutional theatre playing out in the Senate, might actually have experienced Augustus's own reign in the most immediate sensory terms available to them. Augustus funded across the whole of his own long reign an extraordinary and carefully calculated programme of public games, gladiatorial combats, chariot races in the vast Circus Maximus, and elaborate staged naval battles flooded into purpose-built basins for the occasion, entertainments he himself, in his own res gestae, boasts of having funded personally and repeatedly, at a scale several ancient sources suggest deliberately dwarfed anything any private individual senator could hope to match, a calculated piece of political generosity that served, in exactly the same transactional currency, this story has already shown you governing Roman political life for a full century now, to bind the ordinary, non-voting mass of the city's own population to his own person through the same kind of visible, felt generosity that a young Octavius had first used decades earlier to pay Caesar's own promised legacies out of his own pocket. An ordinary Roman walking through the Forum on an unremarkable afternoon in, say, the year 10 before Christ would have passed newly rebuilt temples gleaming with fresh marble facing, rather than the older, plainer stone and brick. This same walk would have revealed a generation earlier, would very likely have heard, somewhere nearby, the ordinary daily business of law courts and public contracts still being conducted in the careful, ceremonial forms the old republic had always used, would have seen soldiers in the streets rather less often than their own parents had during the chaos of the civil wars, and would have had, on the whole, a very real and very tangible sense that the endless, exhausting cycle of violence this entire story has spent tonight walking you through had, for the first time in most living Romans' entire lives, actually and durably stopped, whose peace this actually was. It is worth pausing, honestly, before we let the genuine and considerable achievement of this settled, rebuilt city stand entirely unqualified on exactly whose ledger the cost of that peace was actually kept against. Because the same Rome this story has just described, enjoying subsidized grain and rebuilt temples and regular fire protection, continued to run, as it had for centuries before Augustus, and would continue to for centuries after him, on the labour of enslaved human beings in numbers the ancient sources themselves never bothered to count with anything like the same careful attention they gave to senatorial casualty lists. Modern historians estimate that enslaved people made up somewhere between a fifth and a third of the entire population of Roman Italy, during exactly this period, labouring in the households, the workshops, the mines, and above all the vast agricultural estates whose own steady economic engine this story has already told you, on another night in this room, first began driving Italy's own free farmers off their land 2 centuries before Augustus was ever born. and it is worth naming plainly that none of Augustus's own carefully publicised moral and family legislation, the laws rewarding Roman citizens for producing legitimate children, the laws criminalising adultery among the free citizen class, made any meaningful attempt to address the condition of these millions of men, women and children at all, because Roman law, across the whole of Augustus's own reign, exactly as in every century that preceded it, simply did not recognise an enslaved person's own family relationships, an enslaved person's own body, or an enslaved person's own labour as belonging, in any legal sense, to that person at all. It is worth naming too that the piece this whole story is spent tonight describing was, for the newly conquered peoples along the empire's own frontiers, considerably harder to distinguish from the ordinary business of conquest than the settled, grateful language of the res gestae ever admits. The Cantabrians resettled by force onto the open plains of northern Spain, the Pannonian rebels, whose own 3-year uprising this story has already told you tonight cost the empire something close to a full legion's worth of effort to suppress, and the countless smaller communities across Gaul and North Africa, and the Alpine regions absorbed into Roman provincial administration, during exactly these same decades experienced Augustus's own reign not as a settled peace at all, but as the final, decisive phase of their own community's loss of independent self-government, a loss this story has already told you, on other nights in this room, that Rome's own particular genius for absorbing conquered peoples eventually gradually softened through the extension of citizenship and genuine economic opportunity. But that was, in its own first raw generation, experienced by the people actually living through it, in terms considerably closer to occupation than to the word peace that Roman writers, safely established in the city's own comfortable centre, so readily reached for. It is worth holding both of these truths together now, honestly. The genuine and considerable relief that ordinary Roman citizens felt after a full century of civil war, and the considerably less comfortable reality of exactly who continued to bear the actual cost of the empire's own continued prosperity, because a peace this celebrated deserves, like everything else this channel has tried to examine honestly tonight, an accounting of its own full ledger rather than only the half that flatters it. The poets of a newly settled age. It is worth pausing before this story follows Augustus into the considerably more painful business of his own family life, on the genuinely remarkable flowering of Latin literature that took place across these same decades of settled peace, because it represents one of the single most lasting and most genuinely admirable achievements of his entire long reign, whatever the calculated political self-interest that also, quite plainly, ran underneath it. Augustus's own close friend and adviser, a wealthy and cultured equestrian named Gaius Maecenas, gathered around himself a circle of the most talented poets of the entire age, offering them patronage, financial security, and a genuinely appreciative audience in exchange for work that celebrated, in one form or another, the new peace and the new order that Augustus's own reign had brought to a Roman world exhausted by a full century of internal violence, and it is worth naming specifically the single most consequential literary work to emerge from this arrangement, because it would go on to shape the way the Roman world understood its own origins for the whole of the rest of its long history. The poet Publius Virgilius Maro, known to us simply as Virgil, spent the final decade of his own life composing the Aeneid, an epic poem tracing the legendary journey of the Trojan hero Aeneas from the ruins of Troy to the founding of Rome itself, a story this channel has told in its own fuller telling on another night in this room, and Virgil wove into that ancient legend a direct and deliberately flattering prophecy of Augustus's own eventual reign, presenting the entire arc of Roman history, from Aeneas's own flight from burning Troy through Romulus's founding of the city itself, all the way to Augustus's own restoration of peace after generations of civil war, as a single, divinely ordained story culminating, quite deliberately, in exactly the man who was now paying for the poem to be written, a literary achievement of the very first order that Augustus himself, by several ancient accounts, personally intervened to preserve after Virgil's own death, when the poet, dissatisfied with the poem's unfinished state, had left instructions that the manuscript should be burned. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and genuinely remarkable man who made this whole literary flowering possible in the first place, because Gaius Maecenas deserves, alongside Agrippa, real and dedicated attention as one of the two indispensable men without whom this entire story might have unfolded very differently. Where Agrippa gave Octavius military victory, Maecenas gave him something considerably subtler, but, in the long run, arguably just as valuable, a carefully cultivated public image that reached, through poetry rather than through any battlefield, into the private imagination of educated Romans for generations to come, and Maecenas pursued this task with a personal style that stood in genuinely striking contrast to nearly everyone else in this entire story, remaining content across decades of intimate friendship and enormous personal influence, never once to hold public office himself, preferring instead to work quietly and informally as Octavius's own most trusted advisor and closest confidant, famously luxurious and famously unhurried in his own personal habits, in a manner several ancient sources suggest Octavius himself found genuinely relaxing after the constant grinding tension of public political life. It is worth naming, too, that even this closest and most trusted of friendships eventually cooled, in the final years of Maecenas' own life, several ancient sources suggesting that Maecenas' own wife had grown too close to Augustus himself for the friendship's own comfort, and that Maecenas, in a genuinely striking breach of the discretion he had built his entire career on, had once let slip to that same wife advanced knowledge of a conspiracy against Augustus's own life that he should have kept entirely secret, a betrayal of trust that never fully broke the two men's own decades-long bond, but that left it, by the time Maecenas himself died in the year 8 before Christ, considerably cooler and considerably more distant than the close, unguarded friendship of their own younger years together had ever been. It is worth naming, too, the other great poets who flourished under this same careful and deliberately cultivated patronage, and honestly, one who did not. Horace, another member of Maecenas' own circle, produced across these same decades a body of lyric poetry that remains, to this day, among the most widely read and most widely quoted verse in the entire history of the Latin language, while the poet Ovid, working somewhat later and considerably more independently of Maecenas' own carefully managed circle, produced, among a great deal of other celebrated work, a long and playful poetic guide to the art of seduction that sat, by most modern readings, in genuinely uncomfortable tension with Augustus's own carefully cultivated moral legislation, a tension that would, decades later, in a mysterious episode this story will return to before the night is through, contribute to Ovid's own sudden and permanent banishment from Rome by an emperor who had, by that point in his life, grown considerably less tolerant of art that mocked, even gently, the very moral order he had spent his entire reign trying to enforce. It is worth naming, too, the single grandest and most deliberately theatrical public ceremony this whole flowering of Augustan poetry ever produced, because it captures, more completely than almost any single monument, exactly how thoroughly Augustus understood the value of a carefully staged public spectacle in cementing his own claimed restoration of a settled and prosperous age. In the year 17 before Christ, Augustus revived and reorganized an ancient and by that point largely forgotten Roman religious festival called the Ludi Seculares, the Secular Games, a ceremony traditionally held only once in the span of a human lifetime, specifically to mark the passing of one great age of the Roman state into the next, and he commissioned Horace himself to compose a formal hymn for the occasion, the Carmen Seculare, performed by a choir of 27 boys and 27 girls, all of them, by explicit ceremonial requirement, children whose own parents were both still living, singing before the assembled and genuinely enormous crowds of Rome, a hymn that praised the gods for the new era of peace and of moral renewal that Augustus's own rule had supposedly ushered in, a piece of religious theatre whose underlying message was unmistakable to every Roman watching it, that the long, bloody age of civil war this entire story has spent tonight walking you through had, at last and permanently, given way to something genuinely new, and that the man responsible for that transformation deserved to be remembered by the whole of the Roman world gathered to watch and to sing along, as something considerably closer to the founder of an entirely new Rome than as merely the latest in a long line of ambitious Roman statesmen, a marriage that outlasted the Republic's own final memory. It is worth pausing now, before this story turns to the considerably more painful business of Augustus's own family, on the specific and genuinely scandalous circumstances of the marriage that would, in the end, prove to be the single longest and most personally consequential relationship of his entire life. Augustus had already been married twice before, first briefly, and for purely political convenience to a young woman connected to Antony's own family, and then to Scribonia, a marriage arranged to secure a political alliance with Sextus Pompeius's own faction, a union that produced Augustus's only biological child, a daughter named Julia, but that ended by Augustus's own later account in divorce on the very same day the child was born. Augustus citing with a bluntness several ancient sources found genuinely startling, even by the standards of the era's own casual approach to politically convenient marriage, his own simple inability to tolerate his wife's own personality any longer. It is worth naming, plainly, the genuinely scandalous circumstances under which Augustus's own third and final marriage actually began, because it represents one of the more openly ruthless personal decisions of his entire career. In the year 38 before Christ, Augustus, still in the middle of the long civil war against Sextus Pompeius, and Antony's own eventual rivalry that this story has already walked you through, fell in love with, or at the very least developed an urgent and unmistakable determination to possess, a young noblewoman named Livia Drusilla, who was, at the time, already married to a man named Tiberius Claudius Nero, and who was, moreover, visibly and undeniably pregnant with that same husband's second child. Augustus, undeterred by either of these ordinarily insurmountable obstacles, arranged for Livia's own husband to divorce her, and married her himself only 3 days after she gave birth to that same husband's child. A scandal that several ancient sources record the wider Roman public genuinely gossiping about at real length, and that Augustus himself, characteristically, never showed the slightest public sign of regretting for even a moment across the remaining 51 years of what would become, by nearly every surviving account, one of the most genuinely stable, genuinely trusted, and genuinely consequential political partnerships in the entire history of Rome. A marriage that produced, in the end, no surviving children of its own. A single documented miscarriage, the only recorded pregnancy in more than 5 decades together. But that gave Augustus, in Livia's own 2 sons from her first marriage, Tiberius and Drusus, the 2 young men who would, before this whole long story finally reaches its close, come to matter enormously to the question of exactly who might inherit the throne that Augustus himself, ironically enough given his own carefully maintained fiction that no such throne officially existed at all, spent the whole of the rest of his life quietly and anxiously trying to secure. both hands held open at once for the wife who stood beside him through all of it. It is worth pausing before this story follows Augustus into the genuinely painful losses that consume the final decades of his own family life on the two sharply opposed reputations that Livia herself has carried down through the 2,000 years since her own death, because few women anywhere in ancient history have been simultaneously celebrated as thoroughly and suspected as darkly as she has. To her own most admiring ancient biographers, and to the deliberately curated public image Augustus himself spent decades promoting, Livia represented the very model of traditional Roman womanly virtue, a devoted and dignified wife who spun her own husband's clothing by hand in the old-fashioned manner Roman moralists loved to praise, who managed her own household with real and visible propriety, and who stood, unwavering, at Augustus's own side through 51 years that included Actium, the settlement of the Republic, and every one of the family tragedies still waiting for us in tonight's telling. But it is worth naming, honestly, the considerably darker and considerably more persistent rumours that trailed her across those same 5 decades and for centuries afterward, because later historians, Tacitus and Cassius Dio chief among them, both writing well after her own death, but drawing, by their own account, on a real and lingering strand of contemporary suspicion, describe her as a woman who used poison with real and calculated ruthlessness to clear away every single obstacle standing between her own son Tiberius and the succession Augustus had originally hoped to leave to his own blood grandsons instead, suspected, at various points in this same hostile tradition, of hastening the deaths of Marcellus, of Gaius and Lucius Caesar, and, in the single most persistent and most chilling version of the story, of Augustus himself, poisoning, so this darker tradition claims, the fig still hanging on a tree in the imperial garden that her aging husband was known to enjoy picking and eating with his own hand, timed to coincide precisely with a sudden and convenient downturn in his own health. Modern historians treat nearly all of these specific accusations with real and justified skepticism, noting that a pattern of politically convenient deaths attributed to poison was one of the single most common and most easily manufactured slanders available to any ancient writer looking to explain an inconvenient outcome, and noting too that nearly every one of the deaths Livia stands accused of causing has a considerably more mundane and considerably more probable explanation in the simple, brutal unreliability of ancient medicine. But it is worth sitting, honestly, with both of these pictures at once, the devoted wife of 51 years, and the shadow of genuine and lasting suspicion that followed her regardless, because the surviving evidence permits neither portrait to fully and comfortably erase the other. A father who kept losing his sons. It is worth pausing now on the genuinely sustained and genuinely tragic pattern of loss that came to define the whole of Augustus's own effort, across nearly 3 decades, to settle the question of his own succession, because it stands as one of the more quietly devastating threads running underneath the outward triumph and the outward peace of his entire long reign. Having no surviving son of his own, Augustus turned first, in the early years of his settled rule, to his own sister Octavia's son by her first marriage, a promising and popular young man named Marcellus, whom Augustus married to his own daughter Julia and elevated with a series of honours that made unmistakably clear his intention to name Marcellus his eventual heir, only to watch the young man die suddenly of illness in the year 23 before Christ, at only 19 years old, a loss the poet Virgil would go on to commemorate in one of the single most moving passages of the entire Aeneid, a passage several ancient sources record Augustus's own sister Octavia being unable to bear hearing read aloud in her presence without breaking down in genuine and uncontrollable grief. It is worth naming plainly the specific path Augustus turned to next, because it reveals once again exactly how completely he had come to depend on his own oldest and most capable friend, across every stage of his entire remarkable career. Following Marcellus's death, Augustus married his widowed daughter Julia to Marcus Agrippa himself, the same brilliant admiral whose own naval genius had already won the decisive victories at Naulochus and Actium that this story has already told you about tonight. A marriage that produced, across the following decade, 5 children, 2 daughters and 3 sons, and Augustus formally adopting the 2 eldest sons, Gaius and Lucius, as his own direct heirs while they were still small children, seemed, for a time, to have finally and genuinely secured the future of his own dynasty. But this second hope, too, collapsed under the same plain, indifferent cruelty of ordinary mortality that had already claimed Marcellus, Agrippa himself dying in the year 12 before Christ, and the 2 young Caesars, Gaius and Lucius, both raised from early childhood with every expectation that one of them would eventually rule the entire Roman world, dying in turn, Lucius of a sudden illness while travelling in Gaul in the year 2 after Christ, and Gaius, only 18 months later, of a wound received during a minor military campaign in the east that never fully healed. Deaths that left the aging Augustus, by this point genuinely elderly by the standards of his own era, having now outlived nearly every heir he had ever carefully groomed, with no realistic remaining option but to turn, at last and with an evident reluctance several ancient sources describe in real and specific detail, to his own stepson Tiberius, Livia's own son from her first marriage, a capable and experienced general but a man whose own famously cold, withdrawn, and deeply private temperament stood in genuinely stark contrast to the warm, popular young men Augustus had originally hoped would succeed him. It is worth naming, too, that this eventual turn to Tiberius was not, in truth, the first time Augustus had considered him, nor the first time the 2 men's own difficult relationship had already been tested nearly to its breaking point. Following Agrippa's death, Augustus had compelled Tiberius, over the younger man's own strongly expressed private objections, to divorce a wife named Vipsania Agrippina, to whom several ancient sources record he was genuinely and deeply attached, in order to marry the newly widowed Julia instead, binding the reluctant Tiberius into the same succession scheme that had already claimed Marcellus and would soon claim Agrippa's own place. And the marriage that followed proved, by nearly every surviving account, a genuinely unhappy one almost from its very beginning, Tiberius and Julia sharing little beyond a single infant son who died in early childhood, and Tiberius, by the year 6 before Christ, requesting and eventually receiving Augustus's own reluctant permission to withdraw entirely from public life to the island of Rhodes, a self-imposed exile that several ancient sources suggest was driven by a genuine desire to escape both an unhappy marriage and the suffocating position of standing permanently in the shadow of Augustus's own more favoured grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, whose own accelerating public honours made unmistakably clear, during exactly these same years, that Tiberius himself was very much the succession's second and considerably less favoured choice. It was only once both of those more favoured young men had died in turn, within 18 months of one another, that Augustus, having genuinely exhausted every other branch of his own carefully cultivated family tree, recalled a Tiberius who had spent nearly a decade in a kind of dignified and deliberately distant semi-retirement, and adopted him at last as his own son and heir in the year 4 after Christ, a reconciliation several ancient sources describe as considerably more a matter of cold necessity on both men's part than of any genuine newly discovered affection between them, the daughter undone by her own father's law. It is worth pausing now on the single most personally painful episode of Augustus's entire long reign, because it involves the very daughter whose marriages this story has just walked you through, and because it closes with a genuinely bitter irony. The specific moral legislation this story has already told you Augustus himself had written into Roman law nearly 2 decades earlier. It is worth pausing first on exactly who Julia actually was in the years before this same catastrophe consumed her, because the surviving anecdotes about her own personality suggest a genuinely sharp, genuinely witty woman whose own charm several ancient sources record with real and evident admiration even while condemning her eventual conduct. The later Roman writer Macrobius preserves a whole small collection of Julia's own recorded remarks, delivered by his account with a quick and fearless wit that startled and delighted the Roman court, even as it occasionally alarmed her own famously severe father, including one exchange in which Julia asked how she managed to ensure that all 5 of her own children by Agrippa so closely resembled their father, despite her own private conduct, is said to have replied that she never took on a passenger, in the sense of a lover, unless the ship's own hold, meaning her own body, was already full with the last one. A joke whose sheer audacity, whatever its precise historical accuracy, tells you something real about the kind of clever, self-possessed woman Augustus's own daughter appears to have been long before the scandal that finally destroyed her ever became public. In the year 2 before Christ, Augustus received, and by his own later account and the testimony of several ancient sources genuinely believed for the first time, evidence of his own daughter Julia's sustained and apparently quite open sexual infidelity, conducted across a period of years with a rotating circle of prominent young Roman noblemen, even while she remained formally married, following Agrippa's death, to her own stepbrother Tiberius, a marriage several ancient sources describe as genuinely unhappy on both sides, almost from its very beginning. Augustus, confronted with conduct that violated in the most direct and most public possible way the very adultery laws he himself had personally written into Roman statute, chose not to handle the matter quietly or privately, as a great many other prominent Roman fathers of the era might have, but to prosecute his own daughter formally and publicly under his own law, banishing her permanently to the small isolated island of Pandateria, forbidding her any wine, any male company beyond a carefully vetted and elderly staff, and any prospect of ever returning to Rome, a sentence Augustus never once, across the remaining 16 years of his own life, agreed to soften despite repeated pleas from friends and family alike. And Suetonius records him remarking, in the depths of his own genuine and evidently lasting grief and humiliation over the whole affair, that he wished he had never married at all, or had died without children, a line whose raw and unguarded bitterness stands in genuinely striking contrast to the careful, controlled public persona Augustus maintained across nearly every other moment of his own long and thoroughly documented life. It is worth naming, too, the grim and genuinely striking repetition of this same exact pattern, one further generation down Augustus's own family line, because it suggests something considerably darker running through this family's own private life than simple bad luck. Julia's own daughter, named Julia the Younger after her mother, was likewise banished from Rome years later, in the year 8 after Christ, on remarkably similar charges of adultery, and it was in this same year, in a coincidence several ancient sources suggest was rather more than mere coincidence, that the poet Ovid, whose own playful verse on the art of seduction this story is already mentioned tonight, was suddenly and permanently exiled by Augustus's own personal order to a remote outpost on the shores of the Black Sea, for reasons Ovid himself, in his own considerable surviving poetry written in bitter exile, describes only obliquely as a poem and a mistake, a genuinely tantalizing historical mystery that modern scholars have never conclusively solved, but that several have plausibly connected to some deeper, unrecorded involvement in the scandal surrounding the younger Julia's own banishment that same year. Augustus's own youngest grandson by Julia and Agrippa, a young man named Posthumus Agrippa, born after his own father's death and raised, by several accounts, with an increasingly violent and increasingly difficult temperament that Augustus himself eventually found intolerable, was likewise banished from Rome in these same final years, formally disowned and stripped of his own place in the line of succession, and would be killed under genuinely murky and genuinely suspicious circumstances that this story will return to shortly, within days of Augustus's own eventual death. A family whose own private life, for all the carefully cultivated public image of restored moral order that Augustus spent his entire reign projecting to the wider Roman world, had, by the very end of his own long life, come to look considerably more like the tragic, self-devouring households of Greek myth this channel has told you about on other nights in this room, than like any model of the settled, virtuous Roman family Augustus's own legislation had been so carefully designed to encourage. Give me back my legions. It is worth pausing, before this story follows Augustus toward his own final days, on the single most devastating military disaster of his entire long reign, because it struck in the autumn of the year 9 after Christ, at the very edge of the empire's own expanding frontier, and because it left a mark on Augustus's own remaining years that several ancient sources describe in language usually reserved for genuine and lasting personal trauma. 3 full Roman legions, commanded by a general named Publius Quinctilius Varus, and marching through the dense and unfamiliar forests of Germania east of the Rhine, were lured, through the calculated treachery of a Germanic chieftain named Arminius, who had, in one of the more bitterly ironic details of this entire disaster, previously served as a trusted Roman auxiliary commander and had even been granted Roman citizenship, into a narrow and heavily wooded stretch of terrain near a place later generations would call the Teutoburg Forest, and ambushed there, over the course of several days of running, chaotic fighting in terrain that made the Romans' own famous disciplined battle formations almost entirely useless, by a coalition of Germanic tribes that annihilated all 3 legions almost to the last man, with Varus himself seeing the battle irrecoverably lost, falling on his own sword rather than face capture. It is worth naming plainly the sheer scale of this loss, and the genuinely lasting effect it had on both the empire's own frontier policy and on the aging Augustus's own state of mind, because it stands as one of the very few moments in this whole long story where the careful, controlled emperor's own private grief broke through, unmistakably, into the historical record. The disaster cost Rome somewhere between 15,000 and 20,000 soldiers, along with the 3 legions' own precious silver eagle standards, symbols of such deep and sacred military significance that their loss represented in the collective Roman military imagination a wound considerably deeper than the mere numerical scale of the casualties alone could account for, and Suetonius records that Augustus, upon receiving the news, was so profoundly affected that he let his own hair and beard grow untended for months in visible mourning, and would, on more than one occasion in the years that followed, be heard striking his own head against a door and crying out, in a line that has echoed down through 2,000 years as one of the single most human and most genuinely anguished utterances ever recorded of any Roman emperor, Quinctilius Varus, "Give me back my legions." The disaster permanently ended Rome's own ambitions of extending its empire fully across the Rhine into Germania, fixing the river itself, in a detail this story has already told you tonight, on another occasion in another century, that Julius Caesar's own earlier campaigns had first established as a working frontier, as the empire's own effective northeastern boundary for the whole of the remainder of its long history, and it left Augustus, in the final 5 years of his own life, considerably more anxious, considerably more security conscious, and considerably more inclined to counsel his own eventual successor toward caution and consolidation, rather than the kind of further aggressive expansion that had defined so much of Rome's own preceding 2 centuries, the man underneath all of it. It is worth pausing before we follow Augustus into his own final days to gather up in one place the small and genuinely human details of exactly what kind of man had spent 4 decades wielding this much absolute power, because Suetonius, whatever the obvious flattery running through so much of his own biographical portrait, also preserves a wealth of small, unglamorous and evidently quite genuine physical and personal detail that the grander, more theatrical parts of this story tend to crowd out. Augustus, by Suetonius's own careful physical description, was a man of only middling height, a fact several ancient sources record him being genuinely self-conscious about and quietly compensating for by wearing shoes with thickened soles, with unusually bright, clear eyes that several contemporaries found almost unsettling to meet directly, and teeth that were, by his own later years, widely spaced and poorly maintained, along with a body that suffered, across the whole of his own long life, from a persistent and genuinely wide-ranging catalogue of minor ailments, weak digestion, seasonal skin complaints, a chronically weak left hip and leg that left him limping noticeably whenever he walked any real distance, and the kind of recurring, unpredictable illness that this story has already told you, tonight, on more than one occasion, kept him from his own battlefields at exactly the moments his own soldiers most needed to see him. It is worth naming, too, the genuinely modest and genuinely simple personal habits Augustus maintained across the whole of his own reign, a deliberate contrast. Several ancient sources suggest quite consciously cultivated against the luxury and the excess that his own propaganda had spent so long attaching to Antony and to Cleopatra alike. He lived, for the greater part of his own adult life, in a comparatively modest house on the Palatine Hill, notably plainer than the residences of a great many wealthy senators, ate simple food in genuinely small quantities, favouring coarse bread and small fish and fruit over the elaborate multi-course banquets Roman aristocratic custom generally expected of a man in his position, and slept, by his own later admission, poorly and irregularly for most of his life, rarely managing more than 7 broken hours of rest in a single night, and depending in his own final years on a rotating series of attendants to read him to sleep during the long stretches of wakeful night he could never quite master. He was, by several accounts, genuinely and persistently superstitious, keeping careful track of his own dreams and treating them, on more than one recorded occasion, as meaningful guidance for his own waking decisions, avoiding travel on certain days he considered inauspicious, and carrying throughout his own life a small collection of personal charms and talismans he believed warded off specific dangers, a private, anxious superstition that sits in genuine and quietly humanizing tension with the calm, commanding, marble-perfect public image the Prima Porta statue and 1,000 other carved likenesses have handed down to us across the 2,000 years since his own death, the comedy's final act. It is worth pausing now, as this long story finally approaches its own close, on the specific and genuinely composed circumstances of Augustus's own death, because they carry a kind of deliberate theatrical self-awareness that feels, in its own way, entirely fitting for a man who had spent the whole of his adult life so carefully managing exactly how the wider world perceived him. In August of the year 14 after Christ, at 75 years old and in increasingly failing health, Augustus travelled to the town of Nola in Campania, not far from the same region where this channel could, on some future night, tell you a great deal more about the volcano that would one day bury the towns of that region in ash. And it was there, with Livia at his side after 51 years of marriage, that he finally died, on the 19th of August, in the very same room several ancient sources note with a certain deliberate symmetry in which his own father had died decades before. It is worth naming plainly the final words Suetonius records him speaking, because they capture, more completely than almost any other single detail in this entire long story, the careful, self-conscious theatricality that had defined the whole of his public life. Augustus is said to have called for a mirror, had his own hair carefully arranged one final time, and then asked those gathered around his deathbed whether he had, in their honest judgment, played the comedy of his own life well, before closing with a line borrowed directly from the conventional formula Roman theatrical actors used to signal the end of a performance and to ask an audience for its applause, a final, characteristically self-aware acknowledgement, whether Augustus intended it quite this pointedly or not, that the whole of his own extraordinary public life, the careful restoration of a republic he had in fact permanently dismantled, the patient decades spent insisting he held no power, he had not been generously and freely given, had always been, at bottom, a kind of performance, brilliantly and relentlessly sustained across 57 years, for an audience that had, by the very end, largely forgotten there had ever been any other kind of Rome to compare it to. The Senate, in the days that followed, formally voted to deify him, exactly as it had voted decades earlier to deify his own adoptive father Julius Caesar, making Augustus the second Roman ruler in a single generation to be declared, by the official decree of the very state he had once claimed to have restored to freedom, a god and his own carefully composed res geste. The autobiographical account of his own reign this story has already told you about tonight was read aloud before the Senate and inscribed on bronze pillars outside his own newly completed mausoleum, exactly as he had planned it, down to the very last careful, self-serving word. It is worth naming plainly one final and genuinely unsettling detail that several ancient sources attach to exactly this moment of transition, because it closes, with a grim and fitting symmetry, the story of the one grandson this story has already told you Augustus had disowned and banished in his own final years. Posthumus Agrippa, Julia's own youngest son, stripped of his place in the succession and confined under his guard to a small island for the whole of the final years of Augustus's own life, was killed by his own guards within days, and by some accounts within hours, of Augustus's own death at Nola, an execution that Tacitus, opening his own annals with exactly this same unresolved mystery, reports neither Tiberius nor Livia ever satisfactorily explained, each pointing to the other, in the considerably more suspicious later tradition, as the one who had actually given the order, and it is worth naming honestly, that we cannot now say with any real confidence whether that final killing was carried out on Augustus's own last instruction, quietly given before his death to remove any final rival claim to the throne he had spent so long trying to secure for Tiberius alone, or whether it was carried out afterward by Livia or by Tiberius himself, moving with exactly the same cold, preemptive ruthlessness this whole long story has already shown you Augustus's own family had learned, across 2 full generations now, to apply to any threat still capable of unsettling a throne no one in it had ever quite managed to make feel entirely secure. Let us walk back now, through the whole long arc of this story, gathering up what actually remains of it, because a life this consequential and this quietly patient deserves one final honest accounting before we let it go. A sickly, unremarkable 18-year-old from a comfortable but politically undistinguished equestrian family, sent east to study rhetoric, while his own great-uncle prepared for a war he would never live to fight, returned to Italy carrying nothing more than a dead man's name and an inheritance nobody expected him to actually claim, and spent the following 13 years proving, patiently and repeatedly, that nearly every older and more experienced man who underestimated him, Antony first among them, had made the single costliest miscalculation of his own career. He allied himself with the very man who had mocked him as a boy trading on a borrowed name, proscribed thousands of his own fellow citizens, Cicero among them, to fund the war that followed, defeated his own adoptive father's assassins on the plain at Philippi, survived a war against his own ally's wife and brother at Perugia, watched his own oldest friend Agrippa build him, twice, the naval power that first broke Sextus Pompeius and then broke Antony and Cleopatra together at Actium, and stood in the end entirely alone atop the wreckage of a republic that had spent 5 centuries teaching itself to fear exactly the kind of power he now held completely. He spent the following 4 decades not seizing further power outright, in the blunt and fatal manner his own adoptive father once had, but patiently, carefully disguising the power he already possessed inside the careful, deliberately preserved outer shell of restored republican government, building real and lasting institutions, a professional army, a functioning administration, a rebuilt and genuinely peaceful capital city, while losing, one after another, nearly every son and grandson he ever tried to raise as his own successor, and banishing under a law he had written with his own hand, the one daughter whose birth had cost him his own second marriage in the first place. And in a quiet room in a small Campanian town at 75 years old, he asked the people gathered around his own deathbed whether he had played the part well, closed his eyes, and left behind him a peace that would outlast him by 2 centuries and a system of government that would outlast that same peace by a further 100 years beyond it. Both hands held open at once for the man himself. It's worth pausing, honestly, before we let this long night story close, to hold together the 2 genuinely opposed truths about Augustus's own life and reign that this channel has tried, all along, to keep in the same 2 hands rather than letting either one quietly crowd the other out, because few figures in the whole of ancient history resist a simple, comfortable verdict quite as thoroughly as this one does. He ended, through patience and calculation, and a genuinely rare political genius that this story has spent the whole of tonight walking you through, more than a century of catastrophic Roman civil war, delivering to an exhausted Mediterranean world some 2 centuries of relative peace and relative stability that no other single political achievement in the whole of ancient history quite manages to match in its sheer, sustained duration, building real and lasting institutions, a professional army, a functioning provincial administration, a stable currency and a stable food supply for the largest city the ancient world had ever known, out of the smoking wreckage of a republic that had, by the time he was born, already spent an entire generation tearing itself apart. And he did every single one of these genuine and lasting good works through methods that this story has not softened for you tonight, any more than it softened Julius Caesar's own massacre of the Nervii, or Richard the Lionheart's own massacre of the garrison at Acre on other nights in this same room, proscribing thousands of his own fellow citizens to fund a civil war fought largely over his own personal advancement, executing a teenage boy, Caesarion, whose only real crime was sharing too much of his own adoptive father's blood, and ruling for the whole of his own long and carefully stage-managed reign, as an absolute monarch in every practical sense, while insisting, with a discipline that never once slipped in public across 57 years, that he was nothing more than the first and most dutiful citizen of a republic that had, in fact, permanently and irreversibly ceased to exist the very moment he first crossed back over the Adriatic Sea as an 18-year-old boy carrying nothing more than a dead man's name, and a genuinely startling amount of nerve. He was, in the end, both of these things completely and at once, the peacemaker and the proscriber, the restorer of stability and the permanent destroyer of the very republic he claimed, until his last carefully composed breath, to have saved, and it is worth letting both of those truths sit together now honestly, rather than letting the genuine and undeniable achievement of the Pax Romana simply erase the blood that it was, in the most literal and most historically accurate sense, built directly upon. How do we know this? It is worth pausing before this long story finally winds its way toward its close, to name honestly where all of tonight's telling has actually come from, because the sources for Augustus's own life, like the sources for so many of the figures this channel has told you about across its long history, are neither neutral nor complete, and a listener drifting towards sleep deserves to know exactly whose eyes we've been seeing this particular story through. Augustus's own res geste, the autobiographical inscription this story has already told you he composed in his own final years, gives us an extraordinary and quite unique document, the only surviving example of any Roman ruler's own official account of his own reign. But it is, as this story has already made plain, a document of the most careful and the most deliberate self-presentation imaginable, written by a man with every conceivable incentive to smooth over exactly the prescriptions, the executions, and the calculated betrayals that a considerably more honest telling requires. Suetonius, writing his Lives of the 12 Caesars roughly a century after Augustus's own death, gives us the vivid personal anecdotes, the deathbed scene, the scandalous marriage to Livia, the grief over Varus's legions, that have shaped popular memory of Augustus more than any other single source. But Suetonius, drawing on earlier material that has itself been lost, wrote within a literary tradition that prized vivid, often scandalous personal detail over careful, systematic political analysis. Cassius Dio, writing in Greek more than 2 centuries after the events themselves, offers the single most detailed surviving narrative of the actual political manoeuvring across the triumviral period and the 2 constitutional settlements of 27 and 23 before Christ. But he too was writing from within an imperial system that had, by his own time, long since taken Augustus's own careful fiction of a restored republic entirely for granted. And it is worth naming specifically the one major surviving voice that reads Augustus's own achievement with genuine and lasting skepticism, because it offers a valuable corrective to the more admiring tone of the other sources, the historian Tacitus, writing his annals roughly a full century after Augustus's own death, who opens his own account of the Augustan settlement by observing, in a line that has echoed down through 2,000 years of political commentary on the gap between a state's own stated ideals and its own actual practice, that Augustus had seduced the army with gifts, the people with cheap grain, and everyone alike with the sweetness of peace, before gradually drawing to himself, under the guise of restoring ordinary constitutional government, the functions of the Senate, the magistrates, and the laws themselves, a verdict considerably harder-eyed and considerably more clear-sighted than nearly anything Augustus's own carefully cultivated poets or his own carefully composed res geste ever allowed themselves to say. What we are left with, in the end, as we so often are with stories this old, is not any single clear window onto the actual truth of what happened, but a patient, careful piecing together of fragments, each one coloured by its own author's own particular distance from the man himself, and by the particular political world each author happened to be writing within. It is worth naming too a small handful of further sources that round out this same patchy, imperfect picture, because each adds its own particular and genuinely useful angle. Velleius Paterculus, a Roman officer who had served directly under Tiberius, and who composed his own brief, admiring history, within living memory of Augustus's own death, gives us a genuinely contemporary, if thoroughly uncritical perspective from within the world Augustus had actually built, while Nicholas of Damascus, a Greek scholar and court biographer who'd known Augustus personally and composed an early and, frustratingly, only partially surviving account of his own rise to power, offers us a rare glimpse of how the young Octavius wished to be seen by his own immediate contemporaries, before Suetonius and Tacitus and Cassius Dio had layered decades and centuries of later interpretation on top of him. And it is worth naming, finally, the physical evidence that survives entirely independent of any of these competing literary traditions because it offers, in its own quiet way, some of the most trustworthy testimony this whole story has. The prima porta statue of Augustus, discovered in the 19th century and now standing in the Vatican museums, shows him not as the frail, sickly young man the ancient sources describe, but as an idealized, eternally youthful commander, a piece of visual propaganda every bit as carefully constructed as the res gesti itself, and the countless surviving coins struck across the whole of his own 41-year reign let us trace, with a precision no biography can match, the exact and gradual escalation of his own titles and his own claimed honours in real time, stamped and spent and passed from hand to hand by ordinary Romans who had no idea, any more than the ordinary Romans of Caesar's own final years had known, exactly how the story would eventually end, what outlived him. It's worth naming plainly before we let this long night story finally close, just how much of the world we still live in was quietly and permanently shaped by the 57 years this one man spent, first climbing toward absolute power, and then, for the following 4 decades, carefully and patiently exercising it. Every time the month of August is spoken aloud, in any language that preserves some version of that name, it is this man's own title, voted to him by a grateful Senate in the year 27 before Christ, that is quietly being spoken. The Roman month once simply called Sextilis renamed in his own honour during his own lifetime, standing today as one of only 2 months in the modern calendar named directly for a single individual human being, the other belonging, of course, to the very great-uncle whose own murder set the whole of tonight's long story into motion in the first place. The particular system of government Augustus so carefully constructed, a single supreme ruler governing behind the careful, deliberately maintained fiction of restored republican institutions, would go on, with periodic modification and periodic crisis, to govern the Roman world for the better part of the following 3 centuries, shaping the very meaning of the word emperor for every civilization that has ever, in the 2,000 years since, looked back to Rome as a model of how vast and disparate territories might actually be held together under a single stable government, and the 2 centuries of relative peace his own careful settlement first made possible, the Pax Romana, allowed trade and law and infrastructure, and, not incidentally, the spread of a new religious movement out of a distant Roman province called Judea, to travel across the connected roads and the connected seas of a genuinely unified Mediterranean world in a manner that no fractured, warring collection of city-states and kingdoms could ever have permitted. It is worth naming, too, exactly how much of the physical, touchable evidence of this one man's own life a visitor to the modern city of Rome can still stand directly in front of today, because it offers a genuinely striking way of measuring just how completely his own carefully constructed self-image has outlasted every single one of the men and women who actually lived through the events this whole long story has told you about tonight. The Arapacis, the altar of Augustan peace this story has already described, still stands, carefully preserved inside its own dedicated museum, along the banks of the Tiber, its carved relief panels of Augustus's own family in solemn religious procession still legible after 2,000 years. The prima porta statue, discovered in the ruins of Livia's own country villa and now standing in the Vatican museums, still shows the emperor exactly as his own propaganda wished him to be remembered, eternally youthful and eternally commanding. And in the modern Piazza del Popolo, tourists photographing themselves in front of an enormous Egyptian obelisk, carved for a pharaoh some 13 centuries before Augustus was ever born, are standing before one further quieter piece of his own legacy, because that same obelisk was brought to Rome by Augustus himself as plunder from the conquest of Egypt this story has told you about tonight, and originally erected as the pointer of a vast sundial he commissioned to mark, with the moving shadow of Egyptian stone, the passing of every single day across the piece he had built. It is worth naming, too, that the single most complete surviving copy of Augustus's own Res Gestae was not found in Rome at all, but carved into the walls of a temple in the distant city of Ankara in modern Turkey, a testament to exactly how far and how thoroughly his own carefully composed final word on his own life was copied and displayed across the whole of the empire he had ruled, still readable there today by any visitor willing to make the journey in the emperor's own carefully chosen words, exactly as he intended them to be read for as long as the stone itself endured. It is worth naming, too, one final and genuinely sobering irony with which to close the practical historical portion of tonight's long story, because it involves the very dynasty Augustus spent so much of his own final decades so anxiously trying to secure, Tiberius, the reluctant and considerably less beloved heir. This story has already told you Augustus turned to only after every other branch of his own carefully cultivated family tree had been exhausted by death and by disgrace, ruled competently but with a coldness that made him, by most accounts, considerably less popular than his own adoptive father had ever been, and the Julio-Claudian dynasty that followed him, bound together by exactly the same tangled web of adoption and marriage and blood. This whole story, as walked you through tonight, would go on to produce, within 3 more generations, both the genuinely capable rule of Claudius and the infamous, catastrophic excesses of Caligula and of Nero, the very last of Augustus's own direct descendants to sit on the throne he had built, whose own death by his own hand in the year 68 after Christ finally and permanently ended the family line this one careful, patient man had spent 57 years assembling piece by piece out of the wreckage of a murdered great-uncle's will. The system Augustus built, in other words, comfortably outlasted the specific family he had built it for, a final and fitting testament to exactly how much more durable his own quiet architecture of disguised power actually proved to be than any single bloodline, his own included, that happened to sit inside it. That brings us to the end of our long story tonight, and as always it leaves behind more questions than it manages to answer, which is, perhaps, exactly as it should be, because the truest stories from this deep in the past almost always do. We will never know, with any real certainty, how much of the careful, patient, endlessly self-controlled young man who stepped off a boat in Italy at 18 years old was genuine calculation from the very first hour, and how much of it was simply the accumulated hard-won caution of a physically frail boy who had watched, at painfully close range, exactly how quickly braver and more talented men than himself, men like Caesar and Cicero and Antony and Cleopatra, could be brought down in the end by their own confidence. We will never know exactly what Augustus was actually thinking in that final quiet room at Nola, asking whether he had played his own long comedy well, whether it was pride or genuine doubt, or simple, weary exhaustion after 57 years of never once in public allowing the mask to fully slip. What we do know is that a republic which had spent nearly 500 years teaching itself to fear the rule of any single man ended up, in the space of a single long and remarkably patient lifetime, not merely accepting that rule, but naming an entire calendar month in its grateful honour, and that the peace, this one careful, unglamorous, physically unremarkable man finally built out of the wreckage of a century of civil war held, in its essential shape, for longer than most empires in human history have managed to survive at all. Perhaps the truest thing left to say about Augustus, sitting here with the whole long shape of his life laid out before us in the dark, is that he was, of every single figure this channel has told you about across all its long nights together, the one who most thoroughly refused to let anyone, in his own lifetime or for 2,000 years afterward, see exactly where the performance ended and the man himself actually began. He was the frightened 18-year-old who sold his own inherited property to keep a dead man's promises, and the same young triumvir who let Cicero's own severed hands be nailed to the very platform where they had written his own political education. He was the devoted husband who stayed married to the same woman for 51 years, and the grieving father who banished his own daughter to a barren island under a law he had written with his own hand and never, across 16 remaining years, forgave her. He was the general who was too ill or too afraid to fight in his own decisive battles, and the same man who nonetheless, through nothing more than patience and calculation, and an unmatched instinct for exactly when to wait and exactly when to strike, outlasted every single one of the far more talented, far more charismatic men who ever stood against him. History rarely offers us a figure this quietly, patiently consequential, and Augustus, perhaps more than almost anyone else this channel has told you about, refuses any easy resolution into hero or villain, remaining to the very end exactly what he presented himself as on that final deathbed in Nola. A performer who never once, in 57 years, let the audience see the seams, and whose story asks us, even now, 2,000 years later, to hold both hands open at once and never to look away from either one. Thank you as always for spending this quiet stretch of the night here with me, in this small corner of the internet, listening to a story that is, in the end, 2,000 years old and yet still, somehow, entirely about us, about the difference between the power a man actually holds and the power he is willing to be seen holding, about how patiently and how quietly an old and cherished ideal can be hollowed out from the inside by someone who never once stops insisting, in public, that he is only its most devoted servant. If this is the kind of story that helps you drift off at night, please do subscribe and help this small channel on its way toward its first 1,000 subscribers, and remember that these episodes go up early over on Spotify for creators before they arrive anywhere else, with the link waiting for you down in the description whenever you would rather listen with your eyes already closed. And whatever is pressing on you tonight, whatever quiet performance you are carrying for someone else's benefit this week or this year, it is, in the end, almost certainly smaller and almost certainly more forgivable than it feels at midnight, and it will almost certainly still be there in the morning, waiting patiently for you to set it down for a while, with clearer eyes than any of us ever have in the middle of the night. Close your eyes now, let the rest of this old story settle over you like a blanket, and let it carry you gently all the way down into sleep. Good night, and sweet dreams.